May I ask who are the panel members?
I'll get to that in just a second. Give me a minute. Okay, so good morning. This meeting is being recorded. This is we're going to enter into the record. Today's date is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. The time is now 9:03. This hearing is being held via Teams meeting ID 230-298-134-055 with a passcode of V2PL3T2. You can also call in to the Teams meeting at 940-331-6157, code 777-682-698#. The purpose of this hearing is to hear the appeal and grievance of Gregory Benson, former fire chief, fire department, who was relieved of his duties as such pursuant to Article 5, Section 3 of the city's personnel of the City of Port Arthur's Code of Ordinances, which provides in pertinent part, all such directors of departments shall be immediately responsible to the city manager and may be removed by him at any time and may be deemed it necessary for the best interest of the city. Introducing the parties present, the committee members include Faye Young, Director of Information Technology, Adam Saunders, Director of Civic Center, Jeremy Houston, Deputy Chief of Police, Gregory Cashmere, Engineering Roadway Designer, Linda Boswell, Director of Finance. My name is Tramika Williams. I am the Director of Human Resources, and I am a non-voting party. Management of the department is Mr. Ron Burton, CPM City Manager. The appealing party is Gregory Benson, former fire chief. He is represented by Larry Watts, attorney.
And Brandon Monk.
And Brandon Monk.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The purpose of this appeal hearing, the proceedings are informal. Technical rules of evidence do not apply. Strict guidelines. Any information must be related to the issue at hand. The purpose is to give the employee an opportunity to present his grievance and appeal for review to the city manager. The city manager empowers an appeal grievance committee to hear the employee's appeal grievance and to present the committee's findings and recommendations to him. The appeal grievance committee is composed of 5 city employees. Each committee member, except the chairman, gets 1 vote. The committee hears the testimony from both the appealing grieving party and the management of the department. The committee members can ask questions of any party present. The committee will arrive at findings and form a recommendation for the city manager. The city manager can accept, modify, or reverse the committee's recommendation. The city manager's decision is final. The overview of this appeal and grievance. Mr. Benson wishes to have his employment reinstated. The appellant grievant, at this time, please state, give me a second. Okay, this, of course, I said this hearing is being recorded. And I'm going to remind everyone, if there's any individuals in the room that are not visible on camera, you will need to be seen and identified for the record.
You have one, and that's with me, and that's my assistant, Mr. Jacob McKay. He's a law student.
Okay. So at this time, we'll give the appellant grievance. Please state your appeal grievance to the appeal grievance committee and tell them what action you wish for the committee to take on your behalf.
I will speak for Chief Benson. First of all, let me say that I think that before we get into it, there are some objections that need to be made of record. Number one, I'm going to ask that the decision be made by council and not by Ron Burton, because I think Ron Burton, as city manager, is not only a witness but part of the problem. And so I think that some of the testimony is going to be directed to events and actions by Mr. Burton. So I'm going to ask that any recommendations that are made by Mr. Burton's panel be made to the city council, and that the city council have the opportunity and have the obligation to respond and make the decision in this matter. Secondly, I wanted to say that I presume that there's no one with my friend Mr. Stelly, who I can't see, and since he didn't say anything, I'm reconfirmed in that belief. The third thing that I wanted to say is that I believe that this procedure is fatally defective, because the reasons that Mr. Burton gave on May 28, 2024 for termination of my client's contract are not reasonably specific. He states four reasons. Number one is labeled 2, inefficient performance of duty. That's not reasonably specific and doesn't allow me to represent, or Mr. Monk to represent Mr. Benson to the fullest capacity that we would like to offer, because we don't know what the heck you're talking about. So we'd like to have some detail, and we'd like to have that in advance of the hearing. The second one is number 3, failure to respond to the orders of representatives of management or neglect of duty. What orders, what representatives, and what neglect of duty? This is not reasonably specific. Number 3 is 11, discourtesy or offensive or abusive behavior, even through attitude, language, or actions to the public or to fellow co-workers while in the line of duty. Again, not reasonably specific. And number 4 is 16, conduct prejudicial to good order. That's sort of a catch-all, and that's not reasonably specific, nor is it calculated to give us any indication of what in the heck you're talking about. So this whole process, in order to be a meaningful hearing, is supposed to be based upon reasonably specific notice of reasons that would allow us to prepare a defense. And these 4 statements that have been made are not reasonably specific. The next thing I'd like to say is that I'm concerned, and I don't mean to insult board member Houston, but Mr. Chief Durso is also at issue here, because he was conducting an investigation into the permissive departure of contract conduct by Acadian, and that is meant to say that the investigation was killed by Deputy Chief Havens, and it was killed by Havens apparently with Durso's permission or invitation. So I worry if the Deputy Chief of Police, Houston, or whatever his rank is, subordinate to Chief Durso, is going to be tainted because he is responsive to one of the persons that we believe is involved in this cabal of wrongdoing. So I don't know how you're going to handle that. If I had known in advance, and I think I did ask Wayne, it may have been Monday, but I think I did ask Wayne who the board members were going to be. I would have been able to have made that statement then. So how do you propose, Ms. Williams, handling those, since you're here as the representative of the city manager in the city, how do you propose handling those objections?
Larry, this is Alex Stelly. I am here in the room under law department. I am here with the city attorney, Roxanne Catroni, along with the city manager, Mr. Ron Burton. I will address address number 2 of your concerns. Number 1 of your concerns is we will be following the personnel policy that was in place at the time of this termination and has been in place for several years. And I believe that that's the policy that will be followed. And I do not believe that that allows for a decision by the city council. As far as the procedures being fatally defective, my response to that is you were provided on August 1st of this year in an agreement with you that we would exchange documents that were relevant to this case. On August 1st of 2024, we sent you documents in which one of the documents, which was tab 6, was a list of concerns Mr. Burton had with the fire chief. Those concerns gave very specific reasons as to why some of the reasons that Mr. Burton eventually terminated the employment of Chief Benson. So as far as reasonably specific, again, we have followed the personnel policy in giving the notice, and we have since provided you additional detail as to the reasons for the eventual termination.
I appreciate. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
As far as the concern with Deputy Chief Jeremy Houston, you talk about the investigation into Acadian. We will state for the record, as we sit here right now and at the beginning of this hearing, that the decision as to Acadian or the ambulance service for the city of Port Arthur had nothing to do with the termination of Chief Benson. It was not given as one of the reasons in his termination notice, and it was not given as one of the list of concerns that Mr. Burton had, which is tab 6 to the documents that were provided. As we continue to talk about objections and things that were not done properly, as you know, you and I have had several of these hearings in which you have been involved for various employees for the city of Port Arthur. In this particular case, we have sent you notice on December 5th and on December 26th requesting the name of any witnesses that you were going to call or that you would like for the city to arrange to have as witnesses. A similar notice was sent to you by Ms. Tramika Williams as part of the notice that was sent to all parties, including Mr. Benson, stating that that list of witnesses needed to be to the city of Port Arthur by, I believe it was December 31st at close of business at 5 o'clock. As you stated earlier, your first response to me in response to those 3 different notices was on Monday, January 6th, in which you asked for 3 witnesses to be provided as adverse witnesses, and you provided us with the name of 2 witnesses, Mr. Dolcifino, who I presume will talk about the Acadian ambulance issue, or this ambulance issue, the ambulance service issue for the city of Port Arthur, which is not an issue in this particular termination. And the appellant, Mr. Benson, appellant Grievance. As you have agreed, this is going to be handled, this particular hearing will be a joint hearing for his termination appeal as well as his grievance, which was filed on May 4th, which is tab 11 to the documents that were provided to the committee.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. When you get through, let me know. Raise your hand or something so I can go ahead and respond.
So, as far as going through procedures, these procedures. We've tried to advise, and I've asked on multiple occasions for assistance. We have not been provided with any documents, although there was an agreement to do so by August 2nd of 2024. So we're ready to move forward. The city is ready to move forward. We have created a committee pursuant to the personnel policy, and we'll do so today.
And so responding to that, number one, this is a hearing that is supposedly meant to be a meaningful hearing. And it's meant to be a meaningful hearing to address the fact that, but for the 4 reasons given by the city manager, my client would not be terminated. So that constitutes basically the basis of a claim that this is a due process hearing. In a due process hearing, where the government bears the burden, you have no right to due process as government. But in the matter of a due process hearing, the obligation is not on the chief Benson, to advise you of what witnesses he will call. We've talked about this before, and in some instances, because of the forum in which we were going to have to deal with the issue, I did not explicate that as fully as I'm prepared to do if you're wanting to hear it. But that's not his burden. That's your burden to disclose witnesses. It's your burden to disclose basis for the actions that you've taken. It's your burden to disclose notice of reasons in such reasonable specificity that it allows him to prepare a defense, number one, and number two, to challenge the legitimacy of your reasons. Number three or four, take it however it goes numerically. But next, in terms of the Acadian not being the issue, my friend, I believe Acadian is the very bulk of the issue. And I think the evidence shows that. When you see a period of time where there's peace until the three members of the department that are so intricately involved in protecting Acadian, for whatever reason, Washburn, Hazen, and Boland, when you see these folks involved in generating through, maybe not generating, prompting, let's say, through Ms. Thibodeau, grievances against my client that we believe are baseless. After my client has, in the summer of 2023, latched on and finally figured out what in the heck's going on, I think that Acadian is the matter. I think the Acadian ripping off the citizens of the city of Port Arthur, causing unnecessary risk of life and limb, and maybe even causing the death of some of your citizens by fabricated and delayed response times, is the issue. And I think, frankly, that the whole reason that you went after Chief Benson as the city is because you believed that he had that he had been the one who brought in the well-known investigative reporter Wayne Dolcifino. I think the evidence will show that that's not true, that Mr. Dolcifino was down here because of other clients that he may have, or other contacts that he may have, or other persons that he might have who are interested in the mal service that was being provided by Acadian at the time. So what I'm asking that you do is simply, if you're going to stonewall it on Houston, that's fine. I have to deal with that later, I suppose. But I do ask that you give me reasonably specific information about what the charges are. Now, you say, well, we agreed in August of 24 as to how this would happen. as you probably remember for some other conflicts that we are involved in. Up until December the 9th, I've been dealing with the second bout of COVID and a serious defibrillation matter that was medically resolved on December the 9th. So before that period of time, I think that you may have been larding the record. Alex, I don't think you would do that intentionally, maybe, but simply by matter of habit, to try to create some form of argument against what you anticipate or anticipated would be my position on behalf of my client. So I want the reasons. Just tell me the reasons. We don't have to delay it. We'll do it today. I just want to know what the reasons are with reasonable specificity.
Larry, as the city has provided to you on April 1st, we provided you with at least 19 documents that provides a history and an outline, because I provided you with a summary of what this proceeding and this termination was about. We have provided you that back in August. There has been no ill intent by anyone related to your health conditions. Your health conditions occurred, if my memory is correct, at the end of August, began at the end of August, not at the beginning of August. And they were resolved on December 9th, in which you had ample time to provide us with names and whatnot of witnesses as were requested as a courtesy, that we would get those witnesses available to you.
And you've done that, and I appreciate that.
As for due process, as you have heard Ms. Williams state, under the personnel policy, this grievance hearing and termination appeal is an opportunity for the grievant and our appellant in this case to provide testimony as to why he believes his termination was improper. That is what is under our personnel policy. That is what we're following today.
But I can't do that.
If you have other arguments which you have tried in the past and have attempted in the past, you can make those to another forum. But this is not the forum for those arguments.
Excuse me.
We will proceed forward. We will proceed forward under the personnel policy as outlined by Ms. Williams in her opening statement. And if you would like to move forward, we will do so.
Well, first of all, I'm going to respond to some statements that you made that are inaccurate.
Mr. Watts, I'm sorry.
Let me finish, ma'am. I need to respond.
Are you done with your opening statement?
No, ma'am. I'm not even approached my opening statement. I'm still objecting, and I'm having a conversation with your counsel.
I simply asked for an opening statement. This is not the time for testimony.
But I told you that we were going to have objections.
And please don't speak to me in that tone. Please
offer me
the respect that I am offering you. Are you done with your opening statement so that we can?
And I've answered the question, no, and I want to respond to your lawyer's erroneous statements. May I please?
Sure.
Thank you. So first of all, when you say this is not the forum, Alex, I would remind you that there are a number of federal cases, but I'm going to cite you to a Supreme Court of the state of Texas case that says that it is. In fact, I'll cite you to two. I'll cite you, first of all, to Mosley versus Department of Family Protective Services or Human Resources. And that's a case that came down from the Supreme Court in 2019. And it said in that particular instance that the remedy for due process violations is due process. And so what the Supreme Court of the state of Texas did in that particular case is reversed the Court of Appeals and remanded the case back to the trial court for remanding back to the agency to conduct a due process compliant hearing. That's what we're talking about. That's what this is all about. And let me tell you that the very minute that becomes an opportunity for me to act on, I'll be seeking, maybe through the statewide court, the 15th Court of Appeals in Austin, if available, the consideration of Mosley and whether you've complied. Number two, you say that that I've had the documents. As you may remember, in fact, I think you have argued this from time to time, that it's not the court's responsibility to ferret its way through documents to find supporting issues, nor is it your responsibility to when I lard the case with exhibits, to go through and try to figure out what those exhibits mean. All we're asking for is for you to say inefficient performance of duty on a certain date by a certain action or inaction. Number three, failure to respond to the orders of representatives of management or neglect of duty on, by, dealing with, stuff like that. That's fairly simple stuff. And that's what needs to be done. And that's all I'm asking. You want to take a 15-minute, tell Mr. Burton what to say, or Mr. Burton may have it already down. Just write it down, type it up, we'll be ready to go, and I'll give you my opening statement then, Ms. Williams. And I ask that you do that, please. Give me.
We're going to go forward. You're very
give me a meaningful statement of reasons. If you're saying, Larry, we don't intend to do that, tough, we're not going to do it. Go forward that's your only.
Larry, we're going to go forward. You're familiar with our process. We've been more than open and in disclosure.
Not so, Alex.
I understand you have an argument with that, but that is our position. So we will go forward today under the personnel policy as outlined. And so if you'd like to make your opening statement, and then we'll respond.
Well, let me say that I will make an opening statement. The first thing I'd like to note is that Greg Benson, on May the 7th, 2024, sent a 14-page statement letter to the City of Port Arthur Council members. That letter was very specific and very detailed, and dealt with various issues that should have been considered by the City Council and responded to by the City Council. It wasn't, and it hasn't been, and I presume that it won't be. But in that particular letter, which I know that you have, it starts off with the statement, the purpose of this document is to provide you with factual information on my experiences and assessment while serving diligently as the Port Arthur Fire Chief for almost 3 years. I believe my sudden termination directly resulted from reporting possible criminal activity and non-compliance involving a long-term ambulance contractor with very cronyistic relationships with city staff. Now, those are the first two paragraphs. Those paragraphs pretty well cast, I think, the issue of what the concerns were on May the 7th, 2024. I know then on May 28th, there's a letter to Gregory Benson, sent email, certified mail, return receipt requested, and regular mail. And it says, Mr. Gregory Benson, dear Mr. Benson, as you are aware, we met in the 4th floor conference room on April 25th, 2024, at which time I relieved you of your duties and removed you as a department head of the fire department. Your removal was based upon the authority granted to the city manager pursuant to Article 5, Section 3 of the City of Port Arthur Code of Ordinances, which provides in pertinent part. And then he quotes that. As you know, the Supreme Court of the United States has in at least 4 cases stated that regardless of whether there's a contract, regardless of whether it's an at-will employment relationship, regardless of what the terms and conditions of the contract may be, due process may still be required of the governmental entity. Now, I understand we're moving into a time when there is a heightening of resistance to fair play towards public employees. But those public employees, like Benson, provide for the safety and welfare not of the city's bureaucrats, but of the citizens of the city of Port Arthur, whose lives depend daily upon the independent contractors that your city goes about seeking to supply necessary services to save lives. When the city doesn't do what it should do, when the city has its officers have a sotto voce or a sub-silent agenda, whatever that may be, to allow fabrication of or alteration of public records, then there needs to be a concern by the population as a whole. Now, in that May 28th, 24 letter, you have the second page, top paragraph.
Larry,
Mr.
if you don't mind,
Burton,
real quick,
I thought you were letting me have my opening statement.
I was, but for ease of the committee members, this is tab 16 that Mr. Watts is reading from. Go ahead, Larry.
And by the way, do I have to pay you for your assistance, or is that a gratuity?
You can pay me if you'd like.
I look forward to the day. The says, regretfully, pursuant to my authority under the City of Port Arthur Code of Ordinance Charter, you are hereby separated from employment with the City of Port Arthur effective May 28th, 2024 at 12 p.m., end of day. In addition to the foregoing authority pursuant to Section 1789, authority to discipline, the following are the grounds for your separation. Now, 1789 is whether it's applicable to this particular situation or not, I don't know. We'll have to look at that. But certainly I'm going to take it on its face that what he's saying is under color of state law and under color of the law of the city of Port Arthur, I can make the following recommendations or decisions to terminate your employment. That's a point where he reaches into the 4 reasons that I previously gave. Number 2, inefficient performance of duty. That's all he says. Number 3, failure to respond to the orders of representatives of management or neglect of duty. That's all he says. Number 11, discourtesy or offensive or abusive behavior, either through attitude, language, or actions to the public or to fellow co-workers while on the line of duty. That's all he says. And number 16, conduct prejudicial to good order. That's all he says. So those reasons that he gives are not in address to the issues that were raised by Chief Benson in his letter to the City Council on May the 7th, 2024. This whole case starts because Benson came in, and by the way, I want to remind Mr. Burton, who's sitting at the end of the table down there, that I've had occasion to review some of the nice comments he made to the Chamber of Commerce shortly before he fired my client about the wonderful job my client was doing. He appeared to represent to the city, to the Chamber of Commerce, that what he most appreciated about my client was his effective response to service and his integrity. I don't know what changed that between the time of the meeting at the Chamber of Commerce and May 28th, but I suspect I have a hint. And the hint is that someone tape recorded through the city's security video an interview with the chief by Wayne Dolcifino. And they did that without notifying either speaker that the conference that they were holding, that Mr. Dolcifino was participating in and my client was responding to as a public officer, was being recorded. And then we know that the former fire chief, Parker, I believe is his name, requested a copy of that. Now, how he knew, I don't know, but I understand that Parker Havens and a couple of other of your city employees had an interest in the way that Acadian kept its records or did not keep its records. When Parker was asked why he did that, if he was an agent of Acadian, it's my recollection that he gave a none of your business or mind your own business or that type of response. It's very clear that when your clients chose to discontinue a criminal investigation into a public vendor that was benefiting from substantial monies paid by various governmental agencies and citizens, that they did so because somebody had a dog in the fight. It's also very clear that what happened is that the termination and attack on Greg Benson was made to cover up whose dog it was and how they were involved in the fight. The famous and very wise former United States Court of Appeals Judge Tom G. once made the remark in a case called Guerra versus City of Rio Grande, Roma, that there are Roma Independent School District, that there are too many fish in this milk to say it ain't been watered. And my closing on the opening part is that you've not given us fair reason. You've changed the reasons. You have avoided answering the responses to why the criminal investigation was terminated by Durso, and you've on top of that avoided any type of mention or response to the questions and concerns raised by Chief Benson dealing with Acadian and its stranglehold monopoly that for so many years existed in the city of Port Arthur. We think that you need to reconsider. If I've been harsh in my comments. I apologize, but nobody asked the governors and management of the city to be governors and managers of the city. They chose that position of power. The power that they wanted to have and hold is over the most prized possession that an American can give, and that is the lives and welfare of his fellow citizens. I'm finished, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we will allow management to please state the reason for their actions which prompted the appellate grievance appeal or grievance and grievance.
Ms. Williams, I'll make the statement on behalf of management. First off, I'd like to ask, since everyone else has been asked, but I don't believe he was, Mr. Dolcifino, is anyone else in the room with you?
Yes, my executive producer is with me. Carter McCormack. He's my number 2.
Larry, I believe that we would like, if he's going to be a witness, it's okay for Mr. Dolcifino, but we would ask that everyone else either be on camera or be excluded. We would prefer them to be excluded.
Well,
this
you don't
is
have,
being,
I don't think that's a part of the rule. He's a technical assistant in the, as I understood Mr. Dolcifino's description, he's a technical assistant to Mr. Dolcifino in operating the camera and being making sure that you are able to see it. He's not a witness. I didn't call him as a witness, and so I just don't think I don't think you have that right, Alex. I mean, I'd like for you to explain to me or Mr. Dolcifino or both of us why you feel like why you don't want him in the room. You think he's going to blink something like Stephen Hawkins that gives an answer?
I don't know. I would assume it's the same reason that you don't want other people in our room.
Well, but your people are testifying, and in the past, as I recall, there have been some witnesses, like in the Hiltz case, that were in the same room off camera, and until they were serendipitously discovered, they were witnesses.
is there any way you can get?
I'm sorry?
I don't know. I think Mr. Dolcifino was saying something.
I'm sorry. I thought my microphone was muted. Isn't this a public meeting?
It's only a grievance hearing. I'm not certain whether it was asked to be public or not.
It is.
Okay. I will now provide you with the opening statement of the city of management. As is shown in the documents, Mr. Benson began his employment as it's shown in tab 1 about June 28th, 2021. I believe his start date exactly was July 19th, 2021. On February 6th, the city manager had a visit with command staff in which several concerns of that command staff were brought to his attention. I believe that is under tab 6 for the committees. I'm sorry, it is not. It is tab 5 in the committee's booklet. Those concerns were brought to the city manager, and on April 25th, which is tab 7, the city manager relieved Mr. Benson of his duties. He relieved him of his duties because of several reasons, which were recorded by the city manager between his meeting of February 6th and the relieving of his duty on April 25th. Those reasons are found at tab 6. There was some discussions with Mr. Benson about a separation agreement. Those discussions were had between several people, including Mr. Benson. And eventually, Mr. Benson decided not to pursue that separation agreement as was initially thought, and some changes were made at his request. On May 28th, which is tab 16, was the termination of Mr. Benson. This termination was not made for any improper reasons, and the reasons that the termination was made were given in exhibit or tab 16. I believe that would conclude the city's opening statement.
Okay, at this time, we will allow the committee to ask questions.
Do we have the committee on camera?
Yes, sir, we do.
I see,
Mr. Gregg, if you could please turn on your camera.
thank you.
Okay, so we'll allow the committee to ask questions to the appellant grievant at this time. Are there any questions from the committee to the appellant grievant?
Well, we're going to put on witnesses, are we not?
Yes, sir, if you have witnesses.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So may I present my witnesses?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to call Wayne Dolcifino. State your name. Good morning, sir. And you're here to tell the truth? And I say that because in the past, Mr. Dolcifino, the city has not wanted to have their witnesses make that assurance to me. I want to ask you, if you would please, tell the committee panel a little bit about yourself, and I'm going to ask that you do this so that they'll know that how serious the inquiry that you've made is. Tell us a little bit about who Wayne Dolcifino is.
Well, I'm president of Dolcifino Communications for the last 12 years. Prior to that, I was the chief investigative reporter for ABC in Houston, KTRK television. I've been in the investigative journalism business since I was 20 years old. I'm 68. So that's 48 years of journalism experience. I began investigating a number of ambulance contracts because of questions about response times and service, and that's what led me to the city of Port Arthur.
So when did you first go to the city of Port Arthur?
I first made contact with the city of Port Arthur in December of 2023. My early phone calls there included a conversation with Chief Benson, in which he described his concerns about certain members of his department, including Chief Havens, having too close of a relationship to Acadian Ambulance, which resulted in them allowing them to not have to justify whether or not they were complying with the contracts and their service to the citizens of Port Arthur.
What is the 8-minute rule?
Well, that's our response time guideline. It's a requirement. It's in the contract. A lot of cities have the same contract. It basically means from the time you call to the time you get there, it's got to be 8 minutes, and 90% of the time, which allows for a couple of aberrations, but it is clear that Port Arthur was, for whatever reason, and I believe it was because of, as you said, cronyism, officials of the fire department were simply ignoring their responsibility to monitor the compliance with that contract. Acadian, which is a Louisiana-based ambulance company, has had a stranglehold on contracts in the Golden Triangle area for, I think in Port Arthur, it was 13 years. And there was never any monitoring of their performance.
So in terms of your conversation, your initial conversation with Chief Benson, did you know him before that you talked to him that day?
Nope, never met him, but I quickly respected him because he was very transparent. He was doing what we want all public officials to do, which is to monitor the contracts from the companies that provide service, especially something as important as the safety of the citizens of Port Arthur.
And so, did you later meet face to face with him?
Yeah, we came down for an interview at the fire department headquarters in a conference room. There was only a couple of people in the building that I saw. I think one of them was the fire marshal. We met in this conference room for 45 minutes to an hour. We conducted our first on-camera interview. It was the first of many conversations we would have with the chief.
So now I'm going to ask you some names, and I'd like for you to for the record, to tell me who you understand they are. Washburn, the name Washburn.
He's one of the commanders of the fire department. Never had any interaction with him, nor did I investigate him.
And Havens.
So Chief Havens we asked for his records early on in his phone records, which is a requirement for the city to provide any business calls made on those phone records, government calls, and they claimed there weren't any, which I know is not true. But Chief Havens was the focus of a lot of our work, in part because Chief Benson had expressed concerns about his cozy relationship with Acadian.
And so, did you know in advance that you were going to be recorded and video and audio in the conference room when you met with Chief Benson for the first time?
No, and I was surprised later on to find out that it had been recorded. And I think the fact that the former fire chief, who had retired from the city after 30-something years, which is part of the problem here, is these people that have been there a long time, but he had asked for a copy of the recording. There were only a few people in that building when we were in there. I believe that someone told the former fire chief to ask for those records, and he did. Look, at the end of the day, you can record me all day long. I don't care. But I do think the law required some notice in that conference room that any discussions in there were recorded. And
so, did you have a chance to ask the former chief why he was interested? What his purpose was in achieving in acquiring the audio? Video?
I did have a quick conversation with him. It was audio and video. I had a very quick conversation with him where he told me it was none of my business. And I asked him if he was an agent for Acadian. Why would the retired former fire chief care about my conversation with Chief Benson? The only reason would be to monitor our conversations. And I believe others have seen that videotape. And I believe that really is the start of why Chief Benson got fired.
So as I understand it, and you tell me if this is consistent with your understanding, I understand that the former chief, and his name was Larry, was it Richards?
I think it was. Don't forgive me for not remembering it, but I think that's right.
Yes. So Larry Richards was there for a rather long period of time as fire chief, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as I understand, Robert Havens was his assistant chief?
That's correct.
And then Fire Marshal Washburn, where did he fit into the picture?
You know, I don't know. I do know that the chief expressed concerns about him and Havens and talked to me about these relationships with Acadian. That is one of the reasons why we ended up filing criminal complaints and why I am so disappointed, in fact, a little outraged, that the Port Arthur Police Department really faked an investigation and then allowed Chief Havens to say he didn't want to investigate any more Acadian, citing reasons that he didn't write that. That was written by a lawyer. I believe Acadian's lawyer helped him write that response. And I would like a grand jury to call him to find out if that's true. That's what I believe happened.
And so the who tell me about filing the charges. What did you do about it?
Yeah, so upon review of the response time records, we found a multitude of fabrications. There was one incident where a woman died where the response time was false, but there were dozens of false reporting. There were instances where Acadian claimed they got to an ambulance scene in 10 seconds, 12 seconds. We all know that's nonsense. And so we filed a complaint for the filing of false documents. Chief Duraso kept on telling me that I couldn't file the complaint. And I kept telling him that, yes, I could. And that it was very easy to confirm based on the records that Acadian turned in, that they were filing false government records, which is a criminal offense. And we filed the complaint, provided him all the data, but told him that he would have to go to the fire department to access the records the city had, just as we did. We did Chief Duraso's work for him, and I think Chief Duraso's conduct in this, allowing Chief Havens, who he knew was potentially someone who had accepted gratuities from Acadian Ambulance, to allow him to kill the investigation sort of smells of the cover-up that I believe Chief Duraso and City Manager Burton were involved in.
And so we were given by Mr. Stelly the key dates. He said that the first key date was February 6, 2024, when the command staff of the fire department met with Ron Burton, and the subject was lack of competent leadership from Chief Greg Benson and cascading effects within the department. That's, gosh, about 2 months, nearly 2 months after you first appeared on the scene.
Absolutely. Look, I know what this is, okay? This is a public official, Chief Benson, who was doing what he was supposed to do to protect the lives and safety of his residents. He was doing for the first time what people like Chief Havens hadn't done for decades, which is to monitor the performance of a life-saving 911 contractor, Acadian Ambulance. I believe that the inclusion of another ambulance service, which cut Acadian's territory in half, I believe the refusal of the city to legitimately investigate the filing of false documents under false reports, I think Chief Burton's outright lie that he believed in transparency and was going to get to the bottom of it, is all the reasons why Chief Benson got fired.
And so then we have the next key date in Mr. Stelly's opening statement was April the 25th, 2024, when there is a script, Mr. Burton's script from meeting relieving Chief Benson of his duties. Now, I know you weren't there, Did you find out about the fact that Burton had fired Benson or had relieved him of his duties?
I did. Just a couple of weeks after he made an appearance where he talked about how great he is.
So tell me about that.
If I remember correctly, it was like the Rotary Club or one of those clubs. City Manager Burton actually called out Benson's name to say how great he was, which made the firing just a couple of weeks later even more questionable, right? And Chief Benson had told me that he believed he was feeling the heat because he was helping me do the right thing. Chief Benson was not the confidential informant that first told us about Port Arthur. I was not engaged by Chief Benson. Chief Benson just cooperated with me as a public official. And I told City Council in Port Arthur months ago that I will defend city employees, public officials who get fired for assisting in a public corruption investigation. I think the people who should have been fired, some of them are in this room right now.
Mm-hmm. And so I said, you said the Rotary Club, I said Chamber of Commerce. I'm not sure which organization, but it was a public social organization.
Yes, sir. And the video was available, and we used it in one of our broadcasts.
And I can go online and see that video.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Could we take a short break, please? I need to take a restroom break, and I'd appreciate it if you'd give me about 5 minutes, Ms. Williams, to do that.
Larry, I think we can, but can you tell me what the video was again? I didn't understand what the video
The
was.
video, let the witness tell you.
Yeah, so the presentation of City Manager Burton, and I believe it was the Rotary Club, and my number 2 is left. He would probably know more than me, but it's a video where he was talking about how great Chief Benson is.
And that was videoed by you?
No, I didn't video it. I got a copy of it, and I just don't remember how I got a copy of it, but I did. I think it was on YouTube.
Thank you. We can, if Miss Williams is okay, we're willing to take a break.
Yeah, and I'm willing to get you a copy of that video if you need it, Mr. Scully.
Mr. Watts, are you done with Mr. Well,
I don't know that. I
Okay.
don't know that. Right now, I'm thinking about something else.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Up there.
Carter. Huh? He said their money should have been sent. Well, the ambulance says that the money was sent. No, it happened.
All right. Thank you very much for the gratuity of a moment to take care of necessary business. I wanted to ask you a couple of other questions.
Larry, can we hold on just a second while we also come back in?
Oh, certainly, certainly.
Thank
Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
I notice one of my heroes on the wall behind you.
Who's that?
Donald Corleone. Don.
Yep, that's my Don Corleone and his consigliere.
That was a phenomenal movie.
Okay, I think we have everyone back in the room.
All right, very good. Mr. Dolcifino, one of the things that I was curious about, you said that you had recently gone to the city council. When last did you interact with the city council of Port Arthur?
It's probably been about 6 months since I testified at a council meeting, but I've had a number of calls with council members since then to express my concern about the length of time it was taking to get this appeal done. I told them at city council how important it was to conduct this investigation of Acadian. I think the fact that the city has whitewashed this thing is evidence that there is a real problem there. The fact that Chief Benson was fired for doing the right thing and helping us expose this fraud on the taxpayers of Port Arthur, I think it's shameful. And Ron Burton, I remember correctly, the city manager, talking about how transparent he was, and he was going to get to the bottom of this. He didn't do a darn thing, nothing. And Chief Duraso, he didn't want to do this. He didn't want to investigate. And that's the problem in Port Arthur. There were relationships that existed, and in my view, gratuities that were provided to public officials in the city of Port Arthur. We are conducting an investigation into that right now. But I told City Council back then that I'm going to fight for Chief Benson. I deal with public officials for the last 45 years. Good man, tells the truth, cared about improving the fire department in Port Arthur. The only problem he had was that there were people under him who had been there for 100 years who wanted to just keep it the way it was. I think the fact that he busted Acadian with my help and with his help, that's why he got fired. That's why he got fired. That's embarrassing. And I think the taxpayers of Port Arthur would demand that Chief Benson be returned to duty.
Do you think that the city council was receptive to your message?
Yes, I believe the city council is waiting for this hearing to be over and for his appeal to be rejected, which you know they will. So this goes to the city council. This needs to go to city council. There needs to be a full airing of what public officials did or did not do. I believe that public officials in Port Arthur should all have to testify about what gifts they may have received from Acadian Ambulance, what trips to their hunting lodge in Louisiana, football games. I believe that a real investigation, if it was done, would show that Chief Benson did the right thing and he was spot on. And the records prove he was spot on. That's the only reason he got punished. He was digging into a gold mine at Acadian Ambulance, and the folks under him didn't like it. Period. End of story.
Pass the witness.
Just a few questions for you, Mr. Dolcifino.
Sure.
You talked about earlier that in about December, you had a meeting with Chief Benson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Who reached out to who? Did you reach out to Mr. Benson, or did Mr. Benson reach out to you?
I was investigating ambulance response times. I reached out to Chief Benson because he was the fire chief.
Okay. And he was responsible for the ambulance service, correct?
He was responsible for the fire department, which includes the ambulance service.
Okay. Now, you said, I believe you said you recorded your initial interview with Chief Benson, correct?
Well, I recorded like the official part of my interview, right? A lot of times when you interview people, you may spend some time talking, sort of off the record, background kind of stuff. The camera usually doesn't go on until we're ready to start the formal interview.
Do you still have a copy of that?
I do.
Okay. We'd ask that you keep that if you don't mind, please.
I'm keeping it as part of my investigation. I'll be glad to keep it.
Fantastic. Now, the other thing is you talk about that you were investigating other ambulance companies and other municipalities, correct?
Yes, sir.
What other ambulance companies other than Acadia were you investigating?
Allegiance, Ambulance Service, and Acadian.
Okay.
That's where it started.
All right. Are you investigating any others as we sit here today?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
That would be confidential. Sorry, Council.
Okay. What municipalities were you investigating other than the city of Port Arthur?
Pasadena, Dallas, other Golden Triangle entities, mostly ESDs, Pflugerville Fire Department.
Which ESDs here in Jefferson County?
Don't get me lying because I don't have that information in front of me, but I believe it's ESD 1, maybe. But I asked for records from pretty much all the entities surrounding Port Arthur as well. Pretty much anywhere Acadian was, I had asked for records.
Okay.
And most did not have response time records, Council.
Now, you also mentioned you met with some council members, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which council members with the city of Port Arthur have you met with since the termination of Mr. Benson?
I know I've talked a number of times to Ms. Beckham. And I also talked to another, I'm looking it up as I talk because the name just doesn't come to my mind. But I will tell you if you give me 10 seconds. Hold on, it's asking me if I'm a robot. Stand by. I've also talked to another council member. I'm trying to remember his name. I believe it's I talked to Harold Doucette, Deanne Beckham, and Donald Frank, I believe.
All right. Now, you've made statements, speculative statements about relationships. Did you, in your investigation over this last year, have you been able to find any evidence of relationships with Acadia?
Other than Facebook friends, I have not been able to confirm, despite a number of allegations from multiple confidential informants, that fire officials in the city of Port Arthur, excluding Chief Benson, had accepted trips to ball games and to a hunting lodge. It is one of the reasons why I went to Chief Duraso, because I don't have subpoena power. If I did, trust me, I would use it, Council.
But you don't, just like, so the answer is you don't have any evidence of any types of improper relationships, correct?
I have not been able to establish what I would call, which is one of the reasons why I haven't reported it. I have not, the people that have told me this, I always try to verify it through another way, so I don't get into this one person that says this stuff. And I have not been able to get any documentation, which is not surprising.
So
That's why there's law enforcement.
So you haven't verified any of these alleged improper relationships, correct?
I think that's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Likewise, you have been unable to, over this last year, to verify or provide any evidence of any improper gratuities between Acadian Ambulance and any City of Port Arthur official, correct?
I have not provided any such evidence despite a number of allegations that we have received.
All right. Now, I'm going to assume, but I'll let you say it on camera,
Sure.
that you're not going to provide me with the names of these alleged confidential informants that have provided you with these allegations or these suspicions that they may have, correct?
You are correct.
All right. Now, Acadian no longer provides services to the City of Port Arthur, correct?
Yes, but they were allowed by Chief Havens to continue to do private transfers in violation of the city policy.
All right, let me ask you this.
Mhm.
Is there a city resolution which has terminated the services of Acadian Ambulance as of May 2nd, 2024?
I'm not sure of what form it was. I just know they no longer provide service.
Okay. Now, you talk about Mr. Washburn and at the time Deputy Chief Havens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Washburn have authority to terminate Chief Havens? I'm sorry, Chief Benson?
No, I don't think so.
Who would have had that? Who solely had the authority to terminate Chief Benson?
The guy who lied to me about being transparent, Mr. Burton.
All right, so Mr. Burton was the sole person who could have terminated Mr. Benson, correct?
I don't know all your rules there, but he would be a supervisor. Whether or not city council should be the one to terminate the fire chief, I don't think they were involved or maybe even knew that it was happening.
All right. Now, likewise, Mr. Haven did not have authority to terminate.
No, but I believe he was one of the reasons why he was terminated.
Okay. And that's just your speculation, correct? You don't have any evidence of that or anything like that, correct?
Other than the fact that I know they're the ones that went to Burton. No.
How do you know that they went to Burton?
I don't particularly recall who told me that. I just know it happened. It may have been Chief Benson.
So it was some hearsay that they went to.
I don't call that hearsay. I call that somebody who I, at the time, and I don't remember the name, it may have been Chief Benson, told me that they had gone to City Manager Burton. You can ask him directly if you want.
Okay.
That's not hearsay.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Have I been courteous and professional to you today, Mr. Dolcifino?
You've been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just would like to tell you that if you guys really have the best interests of the citizens of Port Arthur, you will bring him back. You'll get rid of some of the old timers who've been there too long, and you will start monitoring your ambulance service so that your citizens are protected. I think it's wrong what happened to Chief Benson, and I think it's all because of Acadian Ambulance, and I think it's shameful. And I want to tell Mr. Burton to his face that when people lie to me about transparency, I remember it. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolcifino. And may the witness be excused.
Absolutely. I think Ms. Williams
Yes,
would
sir.
not object.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Thank
Williams,
you.
have a lovely day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. We call City Manager Ron Burton.
Mr. Burton is here.
But-
Mr. Burton,
I'm
Mr.
sorry, Mr. Watts. Is Mr. Dolcifino is still showing on the screen? So I need him to leave the I need him to leave the
Well,
hearing.
he's not gonna be called again.
I thought we had concluded this was a public meeting.
You're
It
correct.
is.
My apologies.
No apologies necessary, but we're gonna monitor and utilize this meeting for further broadcast. Thank you.
My apologies once again. Also,
No need.
there's a Scott Lawrence that joined the meeting. Does he need to identify himself, Alex?
I would think so. I don't know who he is.
Isn't any member of the public allowed to watch this? I thought it was public. So who
So
cares?
Yes, it's a public meeting.
We just need to identify people for the record.
I believe he's a reporter for one of your TV stations there.
Okay.
But I don't know him. I mean, I don't know him personally.
I don't see him on our screen. Is Mr. Lawrence?
I don't think it's required for him to appear on screen.
That's okay. I'm just saying. Yeah, I see his. If he could just identify himself for the record.
Fine. I mean, is every member of the,
I'm
is every
getting,
me-
excuse me, counsel. I'm getting ready to share this link with my 74,000 followers. There's going to be a number of citizens who have a right to be in here, counsel. Let's do some sunshine, okay? Let's not worry about who's watching. Y'all just do your hearing.
We'll continue.
Let me
Thank
ask you,
you.
say, I don't know if you can hear me. Was someone asking about my presence, Scott Lawrence?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on another call. I was listening to the to this meeting and answering some other phone calls with my work. I'm the executive producer at KFDM Fox 4, and someone saw a link on Mr. Dolcifino's Facebook page about the hearing. And since we've been covering stories related to Chief Benson, I wanted to listen in on the Zoom meeting, and that's why I'm listening right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Very
you.
much.
Sure. Yeah, you're welcome. Hello, Mr. Watts, by the way.
hello, Scott Lawrence. All right, so we're now going to ask questions of Ron Burton. Mr. Burton, would you state your name for the record, please?
Ronald Richard Burton.
And how old a man are you?
Yes, I am.
Uh-oh.
I'm
I'm
61
sorry?
years old. 61
Very
years
good.
old.
Now, Mr. Burton, how long have you been city manager for the city of Port Arthur?
Approximately about 5 years.
And how did you become city manager?
I was appointed by the city council as city manager.
And who was fire chief when you came on board?
I remember that it was Mr. Larry Richards.
And so who was the assistant fire chief or the deputy fire chief under Richards?
I don't remember.
Was it Avens?
Oh, yes, it was.
Thank you. And so who is Washburn?
Washburn, I think, was our fire marshal. Washburn is
Is he still there?
No, he's not.
So when did Washburn leave?
Washburn left, I don't have the exact date, but sometime last year, 2024.
Would that have been in the first half or the second half of 2024?
I don't recall.
And so did he leave voluntarily or did he leave involuntarily?
As I remember, I think Mr. Washburn left voluntarily.
And what did he leave voluntarily under in lieu of termination?
Not that I'm aware of.
So did he receive you don't give discharge honorable, general, or dishonorable to a fireman, do you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So let me ask you, were you aware of any of the questions about Robert Haven's non-compliance with any city ordinance or city rule or regulation?
I don't understand the question.
As the city manager, were you aware of any non-compliance charges or accusations against Robert Havens related to city ordinances and practices?
Not that I am aware of.
Were you aware that there was a formal complaint submitted by City Ambulance on April 11th, 2024, and illegal emergency driving when Havens was requested to meet you at City Hall on April 25th, 2024? Were you aware?
That may, but I can't specifically recall at this point.
What generally do you recall?
Could you be much more specific?
Yes. Were you aware, let me break it down. Were you aware that there was a formal complaint submitted by City Ambulance that implicated Robert Havens?
Larry, what was the date that you gave, please?
April 11th, 2024.
Thank you.
I don't recall, though. I don't recall.
Are you aware of any formal complaints against Robert Havens at any time during his employment by the city of Port Arthur when you were city manager?
I think that there could have been one or two complaints from staff, though, but those were just maybe personnel issues.
Were you aware of any complaints against Robert Havens at any time during your employment as city manager that involved illegal emergency driving?
Not that I can recall.
Did you request that Havens meet with you at City Hall on April 25th, 2024?
That's a possibility.
So why do you say that's a possibility?
Because I could have requested him here to discuss a personnel matter or any other incidents as it may be related, to the fire department, or if I had some sort of question or something. Those happen from time to time.
Did you?
And not that I can recall, as I previously stated, not that I can recall.
Now, you're not taking any medication that would affect the quality of your memory, are you?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And you have no natural or physiological cause to have your memory impeded, do you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. So now, was the second date, you sitting at the same table with Mr. Stelly, you remember that he gave two dates in his opening statement that he considered to be significant to the issues. Number one related to tab 5, dated February 6, 2024. And the second was related to tab 7, April 25th, 2024. Now, I'm going to be asking you some questions about tab 5, the February 6, 2024. So what was it that happened on 2024 that you're aware of that it was significant regarding vis-a-vis my client, Mr. Greg Benson, Chief Benson?
Are you talking about, again, February 6th? You said on 2024.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burton, your voice changed. I didn't understand.
Well,
What
I'm
did you
trying
say?
to answer your question.
Oh, is that you, Alex?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, I was talking to your client. So, Chief, Mr. City Manager, on tab 5, it says date February 6, 2024. And it says Fire Command Staff Meeting with City Manager. Now, what was that all about?
On February 6, 2024, I met with the the command staff of the fire department, who provided me with a memorandum of several concerns that they had with the fire chief.
And so who arranged for the meeting?
It was, I think, Mr. What's his name, who is no longer with us, the fire marshal, and a few other of the command officers.
Washburn?
Yes.
And who were the other officers?
Mr. Nasir, and Mr. Havens as well.
Washburn, Havens, and who else?
Mr. Nasir, I think it's one of them. It was about 3 or 4 of them who presented me, who asked to have a meeting with me.
All right.
But when we go ahead.
So who spoke for the 3 members? So there were 3 members of the fire department command staff that you met with.
No, who requested the meeting, but I met with about 7 or 8 members of the command staff.
So the 10 or 8, who were they?
I can't recall. I mean, it was the top brass in the fire department, though. You know, but
So was it all? Go ahead.
I think it was. To the best of my recollection, I think it was all the members, with the exception of one I heard. I think whom I asked at the time, where I was informed that, you know, this individual, and if you ask me for his name, I can't recall what his name is, but they said this individual is not going to be present because he had some sort of prior engagement. But every other member of the command staff was present.
So you're saying that the complete command staff was present except for one?
Yes, as far as I can recall.
And so were there minutes made of the meeting?
No, not that I was aware of. Not that I am aware of.
Was there a recording?
Not that I am aware of.
So how long did the meeting last?
Maybe about 45 minutes.
And when was it scheduled? When was the meeting arranged or scheduled? When?
They attempted to meet with me prior to February the 6th, but I had, as far as I can recall, I had prior arrangements of meetings, and I put it off, and you know, they requested again, and then I said, okay, let's meet. That appears to be important. I set the date that I would meet with them on February 6th.
All right. So I was looking at the documents, and it seems to say that there were 4 present, not the entire command staff less 1, but 4.
That's a 10.
Why don't you look and see?
Hold on. Let me look. Hold on. Let me look at tab 5 here. Let me look at tab 5 here. Okay, well, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 5 people present. That's correct.
Yeah. So you're batting 500. And
I was off by 3.
so why did you think that there were 8 or 10 instead of 5?
It's just it was just a lack of counting the number of people who were present. You know, I was just trying to be as accurate as possible.
Mm-hmm. And so,
You know, I love testifying, Carter.
who's in charge of the meeting?
Well, I as city manager, I was, as I indicated, I was present, you know, just to hear what these officers had to present to me, you know.
Now, so did you know in advance what these 5 folk were going to talk to you about?
No.
So you were simply told by Washburn, Havens, and whoever that they wanted to have a meeting with you regarding Chief Benson?
No, I was simply told by one of the representatives, listen, we have some pressing concerns in the fire department that we need to address that continues to affect the morale of the entire fire department. And Mr. Burton, it's very urgent and necessary that we sit down and have a discussion with you about it.
All right, so you didn't know that any of that was true, did you?
No, no.
And you didn't know that any of that related to Greg Benson, did you?
No.
And so do you remember going to a social organization in the city of Port Arthur and speaking in complimentary terms about Greg Benson?
Absolutely, yes.
And when was that? And well, first of all, what was the name of the organization?
It was the Rotary Club at Walk-Ons, if I get the name correct. I specifically remembered the place, not the date though, but I specifically, it was at Walk-Ons, and the occasions was I made a presentation to the Rotary Club.
And so that would have been when now?
I don't really remember the date. I'm sure that the report has the date on it, but
No, just give me the month.
I don't even remember. I don't even remember the month, to be honest with you. I don't.
So
but
was
I
it
did make the statement at Walk-Ons. If you have the tape somewhere, I did make that statement at that place, and I'm sure that it has a date on it. I'm absolutely sure.
So that would have been in 2024.
Absolutely correct.
And so when you met in 2024, did you tell Greg Benson, well, I'm going to make some complimentary statements about you today or tomorrow or whenever at the Rotary Club?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him I'm going to make statements about you at the Rotary Club?
I just answered that I did not.
No, I did, but I changed the question up a little bit. So, but that's okay. So the did you talk to Greg Benson? Did you talk to Greg Benson about what you had said about him after the meeting at the Rotary Club?
I may have.
And now I want to go back. The notes of February 6, 2024 indicate that there were 5 people from the fire department present, correctly? Is that what you told me?
Yes.
But there were actually only 4, weren't there?
Well, including myself.
Well, but you're not from the fire department. There were only 4 members of the fire department.
That's correct.
So did you ask Washburn, Havens, and whoever else was there, well, where are the other members of the command staff? Did you ask them?
No, I did not.
Well, but now these guys that were there were telling you that there was a serious morale problem in the fire department. And as a city manager, I imagine that it's anytime that you're told that there's a serious problem at the city in one of the first responder departments, you're going to make a thorough inquiry as to what the problem is, are you not?
Absolutely.
And you're going to make sure that your thorough inquiry is complete and accurate, correct?
Absolutely.
And if somebody lies to you, you're going to fire their butt, aren't you? Or excuse me, you're going to discharge them, aren't you?
That would be ultimately determined after I have collected all the facts and opinions and evidence that I needed to make that decision, that I would need to make such a decision.
Have you ever not fired anyone who lied to you about a material issue at the city of Port Arthur?
Not that I can recall.
Do you have some sort of rule that they can lie to you 3 times and before they get fired? I mean, something like a 3 strikes you're out type of a deal? Or do people understand there that you just don't make misrepresentations of fact to the city manager?
No, I strictly follow the personnel policy as far as that is concerned. I'm not at liberty to make my own rules. You know, there's a personnel policy, and I strictly follow the personnel policy.
I want to ask you about liberty to make your own rules. So, in all regards, you're telling me that you don't have the discretion to make your own decisions, to make up rules to follow.
As I stated, I strictly follow the personnel policy.
And so
that has been adopted by the city council as a document, and that's what I follow.
And if the city council has adopted it, you're going to do it.
Absolutely.
You don't have the discretion to decide what rules you'll follow or how they should be followed or how they should be interpreted.
Absolutely.
All of that's mandatory. I mean, how the rules mean what they say, and only the city council can change the meaning of the rules. That's what you're telling me?
I strictly follow the personnel policy or the rules as laid by the council.
Okay, so but my question is a little different. My question is that you follow the rules given to you by the city council, and only the city council can interpret what those rules mean.
I don't understand your question.
You understand what interpretation means?
Yes, but I don't understand your question.
My question is that if you have a question about the meaning of a rule that's been given to you by the city council, then what you'll do if you have a question, and it's not a frivolous question, but a reasonable question, what you'll do is you'll ask the city council to clarify.
If I have a question about the interpretation of the rule as being laid down by the city council, I would go to my city attorney and ask for interpretation of that rule, whether it be frivolous or not.
So what if the city attorney gives you an interpretation of the rule that was given to you by the city council, which appears to be open to discussion, which appears not to settle the matter? What if you have a question about the city attorney's interpretation of a rule given to you by the city council? Do you have an obligation, Mr. Burton, to go to the city council to have them interpret the rule?
That's a discussion I would have with my city attorney to determine how we need to proceed.
All right, so I understand then, I think, the city attorney really determines what the rules handed to you by the city council means. City council doesn't do that. That's up to the city attorney.
I don't understand your question or statement.
Well, it's very simple, I think. And let me try and stop me along the way if at any time I seem to be confusing. So that I ask you the question, if you had the discretion to interpret the rules that are given to you by the city council regarding personnel matters, to interpret them as you want, and you said no, you follow the rules. And I said, but what if you have a question about the interpretation of the rule, the meaning of the rule, how the rule should be applied? And I don't know that I went into those points, but I'm going into them now. And you told me that you would go ask the city attorney for the city attorney's interpretation of the rule, correct?
That's correct.
And then I'm asking you now, so if the city is, as far as you're concerned, if the city attorney says this rule should be interpreted, excuse me, if the city attorney tells you this rule should be interpreted one way, that way, as far as you're concerned, is the way. The city attorney's interpretation is what you will follow. Correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. So that let me finish this, Alex, and I'll
That's what I'm asking. Listen, Larry, when you get to a stopping point, can you let me know so we can take a break, please?
well, if you need to go to the boys' room, we'll take a break right now.
Well, I want you to finish whatever thoughts you might have.
No. I would rather you get what's on your mind off your mind so that you concentrate on what I'm asking. So let's just take a break if that's okay with Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, is it okay if we take a break of necessity for Mr. Stelly?
I don't have a problem with that, but if he wishes to continue, we can continue.
Let's take a break, please, Ms. Williams.
Okay, that's fine.
Which one is that?
Carson, McCormick.
Is everyone back in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can continue.
All right, so the next question that I was going to ask in follow-up, the city attorney really is the person whose interpretation of city policy that you follow, correct?
It depends.
I'm sorry?
I said it depends.
It's the same.
It depends.
So it depends on what?
I have the option of speaking as well to the city, my director of human resource as well. It depends on the situation.
All right,
If it's related to another department, utilities, it depends. If it's a utility matter, it depends. It depends.
So what you do is you either depend upon Tramika Williams or you depend upon the city attorney to tell you what the policy means.
It depends, yes.
So what does that depend upon? I mean, I'm trying to cover all that depends upon that's possible. So is Tramika Williams authorized to tell you what the meaning of a policy issued by the city council is, what the final interpretation is?
I say it depends because if it's a matter to deal with the utilities department, with the public works department, the health department, I generally rely on either the director and or the city attorney for the interpretation.
Does the city council have a policy subcommittee?
Not that I'm aware of.
So are you able to, do you meet with the city council from time to time?
Yes, I do.
Do you meet with the city council weekly?
No.
Do you meet with the city council daily?
No.
How often do you meet with the city council? I give up.
Every
How?
other week.
Every other week. And when you meet with the city council every other week, is that a meeting in general session or is that a meeting in closed session?
Both.
And who attends that meeting with you? Is it Albert Thigpen?
My assistant city attorney, my assistant city managers, the city attorney and the city secretary would be
Now, the
present.
city attorney responds directly to city council. Correct?
Yes,
City attorney doesn't respond to you. You're not in charge of the city attorney, correct?
correct.
So now, Ms. Williams, does she respond directly to the city council or does she respond to you?
She responds to me.
And so who is your assistant city manager?
Ms. Pamela Langford and Dr. Albert Thigpen.
Albert Thigpen and who?
Ms. Pamela Langford.
Pamela Langford. And so when you go to have these meetings, the closed meetings with city council about policy, and that's all I'm interested in, just talking about policy that's given to you by the city council, that which you follow religiously, that which you follow, which governs what you do. When you go to those meetings, closed meetings, are there notes or minutes made at those meetings regarding interpretation of policy?
As I previously stated, I meet with council in open session twice a week, twice a month, and in closed session whenever the need arises.
Yep. So are there minutes made of those closed sessions to document what the interpretation by city council would be of a policy or rule of the city?
I don't know.
You don't keep one.
I don't.
And neither Thigpen or your other assistant keeps one.
Not that I'm aware of.
Nor the city attorney keeps one.
Not that I am aware of.
Nor the human resources director, Ms. Williams.
Ms. Williams is never at these meetings.
All right. So whatever the interpretation of a personnel policy might be for the city of Port Arthur as determined by the city council, it's never in writing, correct?
It depends.
On what?
On whatever the council's requests or wishes may be.
So if the council says write it down, you write it down. If the council doesn't say write it down, you don't write it down. Is that right?
I don't understand your question.
If the city council, you told me, I asked you, is there any I'm going to use the word, is there any memorialization in writing of what the city council's interpretation of a policy would be? And you said, if they say that there should be, then I do it. If they, and so now I'm asking, so that if the city council says, City Manager Burton, this is your interpretation, make a note, write it down, keep a record of it, so that we don't forget it and we don't get confused. And then you'll write it down. If they don't say that if they don't direct you or instruct you to write it down, then you're not going to write it down. Is that right?
That's correct.
How many annual employee performance evaluations did you complete on Benson?
0.
And those would be for when? What period of time?
I said 0.
You said 2. 0. You said 0?
That's correct.
I thought you were required to evaluate him on the anniversary of his employment. Aren't you?
Yes, I am.
So why did you violate the rules? I didn't hear you.
Because we had never gotten to that point,
You never got to what point?
to the point of evaluation. I'd never taken time off to get to that point.
So how would you get to that point? If the rules say you'll evaluate him annually on the anniversary of his employment, it looks like you get there to that point annually on the anniversary of his employment. Does that seem to you to be the meaning of that?
Yes.
Then why did you, and he was there for what, nearly 4 years?
About 2 years.
Well, he came in 21
21.
and he was let go in 24. That's actually 3. So he was there 3 years, right?
That's correct.
So, and you didn't evaluate him at any time in writing, not once during those 3 years?
That's correct.
But the rule said the policy said you would.
I would have to look at the policy.
Well, if the policy said that you would evaluate him annually on the anniversary of his employment, when he became a regular full-time employee, and you didn't do it, that means you just violated policy of the city. And if I'm not mistaken, if you don't follow the rules, nobody else will or have to, correct?
It depends.
What does that depend? My gosh. What does so your government down there seems to be a government of policy by it depends. So what does that depend on?
Larry,
Yes.
Can we talk about this termination?
Oh, we're doing that, whether you we're doing that. And that's sidebar and I object, Alex. So
Okay.
so the point that I'm asking, go ahead, Alex, you're obstructing the hearing.
No, that's exactly what you're trying to make this into, is a deposition, which it is not. This is about the appellant's opportunity to provide testimony as to why his termination was improper. This is not an opportunity for you to depose Mr. Burton.
Well,
Okay.
no, excuse me. This is an opportunity for me to get evidence from your client as to why the termination was inappropriate, correct? Now,
All right,
your client has just told me that he doesn't follow the rules, that he doesn't have to follow the rules, that that whether he follows the rules depends upon something. It depends. And I'm asking him now, because it's clear that he didn't follow the rules with regard to my client. The evaluations of my client are material to the to the determination of whether his employment should be terminated. If you look at the fire command staff meeting with city manager, your exhibit 5, you're going to see that you have 5 pages of slander, of undocumented, in many instances, BS, excuse me. And by that, I mean bovenary non-specificities or something. So the point is, and I withdraw the comment. Well, the point is that it's led by people, Washburn, Havens, Bowden, who's the chief of the Bridge City Fire Department, and Jeremy Holland. Was Holland not there, chief, city manager? Was he not there? Or was he there?
Larry, you have the document that shows.
Well,
listen, Larry, we've done this before.
No. If you're going to preach a sermon, don't do it on my time. Do it in an argument. No, Alex, you're not going to do it this time. I'm entitled to ask questions. You can't go through and edit my questions. You can't go through and decide what I'll ask or not ask.
We do need to keep in mind that this is an informal hearing.
Nor can you, madam, keep me from asking questions by your segue of saying, don't ask questions that you would only ask in a formal hearing. I don't know what that means. I'm trying to get to the truth, and I'm trying to ask questions. Can y'all please let me do my job, and I'll let you do yours.
And that is what I am doing.
All right, thank you. Now, let me ask you, unfortunately, we don't have a court reporter, so it's hard to go back to the point where you distracted the line of questions, but let's see if I can do it. I'm asking you, Ron Burton, why didn't you have evaluations on annual evaluations on Greg Benson?
I never got around to that.
Did anybody at City Council ever ask you for your annual evaluations of Greg Benson?
No.
Did your faithful Human Resources Director, Ms. Williams, ever ask you for your annual written evaluations of Chief Benson?
No.
Did she default in her job by not asking you for the annual evaluations?
I don't understand the question.
Did she not do her job by letting you get by without evaluating Benson?
I don't understand your question.
So what is there about the question you don't understand?
I don't understand your question.
So what is it you don't understand? Just tell me. Tell me what, Mr. Watts, you're confusing. I don't understand it. So let me break it down. I'll go along with you this time. Let's break it down. Does the Human Resources Director, Tamika Williams, have the responsibility for making sure that department heads do their job regarding personnel?
Yes.
Does she have the duty to make sure that you do your job regarding personnel?
Yes.
So if she didn't direct you or comment or help you to do an annual evaluation on Greg Benson, was she doing her job or not doing her job?
I don't understand the question.
What about the question is it that you It causes you confusion. Tell me what, and I'll clean it up. I'll try to do whatever I can do.
I don't understand the question.
Well, I understand that. You've told me that 3 times or 4, maybe 5. Tell me, what is it about the question you don't understand?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, if she has did she ever ask you to evaluate annually, as the policies say you should, from what you've told me, Greg Benson? Did she ever do that?
No.
But you told me she had the duty to do that, correct? Correct.
That's a legal question. We're not going to go there.
No. That's not a legal question. That's
You're
a
talking about
policy
duty.
question.
You're talking about duty.
No. Are you making an objection, make a legal objection, and then get out of my way on the question? I'm entitled to the question. But if you do make a legal objection, let me remind you, as Ms. Williams reminded me, we're not following formal rules of evidence. So I want to ask you again, Mr. City Manager, if she did not ask you or prompt you to do an annual written evaluation of Greg Benson, as you told me the policies require you to do, did she lapse in her job duties?
I don't understand the question.
Oh. And let me ask you this, if she lapsed in her job duties, is that less important than some other employee of the city lapsing in their job duties? I mean, does she get cut slack that nobody else gets? Or does she get cut favors that nobody else for the city gets? No offense, Ms. Williams, I'm not targeting you. I'm just asking if
No,
if
you
your
are,
job.
Larry, and this is not about Ms. Williams or her job duties.
Excuse
This
me, Mr. Burton, does one employee of the city get favorite treatment from you when they don't do their job?
Mr. Watts, I don't understand your question.
So did you know that there was an investigation into the alteration of records, response time records by Acadian?
I don't recall.
When did you first hear that?
I don't recall.
Who told you that?
I don't recall.
What do you know about that?
I don't recall, Mr. Watts.
Where are you today?
I'm at City Hall on the 4th floor.
All right, now recalling that much, do you recall whether or not Wayne Dolcifino ever spoke to you about alteration of response time records by the city of, by Acadian Ambulance, emergency services, in their performance of job or contract for the city of Port Arthur? Do you recall whether Dolcifino ever asked you that?
Could you repeat your question?
I can. That one's an easy one. Do you recall whether or not, now that you know where you are, whether the other questions about that I've asked you don't recall, do you recall whether or not Wayne Dolcifino ever asked you about the alteration of response time records by Acadian?
Larry, we're going to ask that you be a little bit more respectful in your asking of questions. As you know, that was at the beginning was pretty disrespectful. Now, if your question is,
No, I don't agree with that at all. I think I'm being very respectful. I think that your witness needs to be admonished by you to be respectful of the position as a witness to respond directly to the questions.
And
I'm
he's
going
trying
to,
to do- He's trying
I'm
to
going-
do stuff.
all right,
Now,
so,
what is your question again? Just your question, not your opinions.
I beg your pardon?
Just your question, not all the sidebar.
Excuse me, this is called cross-examination. And I'm being polite. Have I been impolite to you, Mr. City Manager?
You have been, in my opinion.
I'm not asking you, counsel.
I know
I'm
you're not.
asking
but
you,
letting
I'm
you know.
asking Mr. City Manager, have I been impolite to you, Mr. City Manager?
I'm making every attempt to answer your questions to the best of my recollection.
So to the best of your recollection, did Wayne Dolcifino ever ask you a question or discuss with you, whether question or not, the alteration of response time data by Acadian while working under its contract with the city of Port Arthur? Did he?
I don't recall the entire conversation. I can recall to the best of my recollection of a question Mr. Dolcifino might have posed to me in the lobby of the 5th floor of City Hall, where my response was, I am the epitome of transparency. And whatever the question was, that I would have gotten to the book, I would have looked into it.
Did you?
That was my response. Whatever the question was, I don't even recall what the question was at this point, to the best of my recollection.
Well, did you ever look into whether or not Acadian had altered response time records under its contract with the city of Port Arthur?
I don't recall.
Did you ever look into whether or not Washburn, Havens, Bowdoin, Holland received any gratuities or favors from Acadian or its officers or employees?
No, I don't recall. I never did.
Well, you do recall and you never did, correct? That's what your answer is.
I never did.
All right. And did you know that there was a question about whether or not, by the way, did you know that Robert Havens, when he was interim chief, was required to regularly check the response time records of Acadian? Did you know that?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you know that Robert Havens, when he was interim chief of the fire department, had the responsibility to regularly or to check the response time records of Acadian? Did you know that?
No.
Did you ever look at the contract between Acadian and the city of Port Arthur?
No.
Did you ever look at the policies of the city of Port Arthur as they relate to the emergency medical services rendered by Acadian or any other emergency vehicle service, any other emergency service provider?
No.
Why? Why not? That's your job. Your job is to take care of people, sir. And I'm saying that very respectfully. Why didn't you do that?
Because I have always left it to the fire chief to attend to, and I had the absolute confidence that that would have been done.
So did you ask the fire chief to like Ronald Reagan once said, to trust and verify? Did you ever ask the fire chief if he had done his job that you had absolute confidence he was doing? Did you ever ask any of the fire chiefs, Richards or Havens or I'm sorry?
I don't recall.
So I'm curious, could you have asked that Greg Benson be present at this Greg Benson roast that was thrown by Washburn, Havens, Bowden, and Holland and you on February the 6th. Could you have asked that he be included in that to know who his accusers were?
Larry,
So
I'd ask you again to stay away from the sidebar. If you have a question,
Did you have the authority to ask Greg Benson to do that?
It depends.
What did it depend upon?
Whether I wanted to or whether I thought it was necessary.
So did you want to?
No, it was a request being made by staff, and so I thought it was necessary at that point to listen to the opinions of staff.
Did you tell Greg Benson that you were going to have the meeting?
Nope.
Did you think that was, by the way, did you want to do that?
No.
Did you tell Greg Benson you'd had the meeting?
Afterwards, I did, yes.
How long afterwards?
When I called him to a meeting on the 15th of February. 2 days
So
after.
You called him to a meeting on the 15th of February. In the documents that you've provided to me through your lawyer, I don't see the 15th of February being listed. I don't see that as being one of the dates that's in here. Did you make notes of that or write him a letter?
No, I called him to a meeting through my secretary.
And so did he come meet with you on the 15th of February?
Yes, it did. Mr. Benson, along with Mr. Havens, Ms. Langford, and Dr. Thigpen, we met on the 4th floor conference room.
So is that, is there's one blank date in the between 5 and 7, number 6. Is that the where the date February the 15th should be?
Larry, what are you talking about, a blank date?
You provided me a list of dates under the the heading Greg Benson Grievance and Termination Appeal, July 31, 2024, beginning at 9 a.m.
Correct.
It has on the left, it has 3 columns. The first column says tab. It goes from tab 1 through tab 19. Correct?
Okay, but all right.
Then the second tab has under date, starts at June 28, 2021, and it goes to June 6, 2024. Correct?
Okay.
And then it has in the third column description, and it goes from letter of offer to Greg Benson to correspondence from Ron Burton to Greg Benson. Correct?
Wait, Larry, let me cut to the chase here.
No. You asked me a question, and I'm going to give you you interrupt. What you don't like is when I'm coming in. So in that entire list of dates, in that entire column, there is one blank space.
Correct.
Now, my question to your client, which he didn't understand, is that blank space where February 15th should have been included.
No, because on this summary.
I didn't ask you.
Larry,
All due respect. No, let me ask your client. If I wanted to take your deposition on this, I would, but you're not a witness and you can't testify. If for you to do that means that you will be in violation of the rules of our profession. You can't be a witness and at the same time be an attorney. You can't do both at the same time. I've had really good instruction on that. And you just can't do it. Now,
Larry,
I'm asking your client a question.
all right, I'm gonna give you a reference. There is a summary sheet that is 3 pages, 4 pages long that gives an outline of all of this that was presented to you and to the committee. And on that outline, it says on February 15th, 2024, Chief Benson met with Deputy Chief Havens, and it misspells his name as Bruton, but it's Burton, Miss Langsford, and Dr. Thigpen. So
that my question is, was that created at the time, or was that created after the fact? Was that built in? So I'm asking now about the blank date. If that document existed, if that document is authentic, then why in the name of Pete wasn't it put down in number 6 where the blank is, where the column entry is blank? I mean, surely somebody would know.
I do know, and I'll tell you because I created the index of the documents, and that document, number 6, which is a list of his concerns, was undated. Therefore, there is not a date in the date column. We also created for the committee's purposes a summary of a timeline. And in that summary of that timeline is a date, February 15th, 2024, when there was a meeting in which several items were discussed. There is not a document related to that meeting. So there is therefore not a document in the index, which is tabs 1 through 19. Now,
so if there's not a document that relates to that February 15th meeting, why is there a description that says list of Mr. Burton's concerns regarding Fire Chief Benson?
Because that is a document in tab 6 that if you'll turn to tab 6 is undated. Therefore, there is not a date there. This document was, and you can ask him, was created by Mr. Burton over a period of time as he came to it. Now, that document, document 6, which is identified in this index, does not have a date. I'm not going to create a date. I'm not going to make up a date. Neither is Mr. Burton. Therefore, there is not a date in that index. However, in the summary, the date that you're asking about is noted.
Well, you
And
created.
I'm sorry, before we continue, I just want to make a note that we are going to break for lunch at 12 o'clock.
All right. And
Approximately 45 minutes to an hour. 45 minutes will do fine, but at 12 o'clock, we will break for a lunch.
all right, so it's 11:42.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to take the break now and let's come back?
No, sir, we can continue until 12.
All right. So my question to you is, you did, Mr. Stelly, you did create a date for it. When you put the blank between February 6th and April 25th, you created the impression, even though you didn't know, according to what you just told me, you created the impression that it was an entry entitled List of Burton's Concerns Regarding Fire Chief Benson, that document was created between February 6, 2024 and April 25th, 2024. And I think that's material, because from what you've just told me is you don't know when that was created. It was given to you. You don't know when it was created. It had the date of February the 15th on it. But as far as I can see, it's entirely possible that that was created after the fact by the city of Port Arthur to sort of become a summary witness of and give some sense of authenticity to Burton's responsibility to have made his decision for a non-illegal act,
Okay, there's a
a
lot,
non-illegal reason.
there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of your own opinions in that. If you'd like to get back to the facts and ask questions as to the facts, we'll do so.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, and you interrupted and distracted so that you could educate your client as to what's going on. Mr. Burton, I'm going to take the instruction of Mr. Stelly, and I'm going to ask you a question. Now, when we started this business 15 minutes ago, you didn't understand my question when I asked you, is that open tab on 6 where February the 15th should go? Do you understand my question now that you've had all the sermonizing from Stelly and Watts?
And I'll object again to the sidebar. If we can just keep it to questions, please, Mr. Watts.
Do you now understand it now that you have had all of the discussion, not sermonizing, but discussion from Stelly and Watts?
Yes, I do.
All right. So you see, we did some good there, Alex. I'm glad. So what is your understanding?
My understanding is you're asking me whether this document was created on February the 15th, and my answer to that is no. Those are notes that I have been keeping along, and I compiled them over a period of time.
So when was this document created, this item number 6?
Asked and answered.
When was the document started and when was it finished?
The document has been compiled over a period of time. I do not have a definite date, but it has been compiled over a period of time. Those are notes that I kept over a period of time.
And so those notes that you kept were based upon, and I'm not necessarily, just to alert you, I'm not necessarily just accepting that, but those notes were in what format?
Notes, just notes.
Were they written? Were they dictated? Were they just brain notes?
Tab 6 is his handwriting.
You
Go
just objected. You objected to that question, Stelly, when I asked it a moment ago. So I'm going to overlook that as simply a lapse of age, maybe. The point is, when was the first date of entry of these notes? First date of the notes, and when was the last date of the notes?
Objection asked and answered. He's already given you an answer to this 2 times. But go ahead if you want to give it a third.
Thank you.
I don't recall. Those were notes that were compiled over a period of time that I kept.
Were they compiled by you?
They are in my own handwriting. They were compiled by me.
And they were compiled they were written at one time?
Those were notes that are written by me.
At one setting. One you sat down and wrote all those notes at the same time.
Over a period of time.
So what you did is
over a period of time.
So you have the sheet was somewhere in your desk or in your possession, and every time you thought of something, you'd write it down.
I kept those notes over a period of time.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not in response to my question. My question is, you fill this sheet out one entry at a time, correct?
I kept those notes over a period of time.
Did you always use the same pen?
I kept those notes over a period of time.
Did you always use the same pen?
I
Larry,
kept those
Larry,
notes
come on.
over a period of time.
Did you, when you wrote interest number one and circled it, and then you wrote number two and circled it, did you use the same pen?
I kept those notes over a period of time.
Over what period of time? From when to when?
I don't recall.
And so where did you keep these notes?
I kept those notes on my desk.
In the desk?
In the desk, next to my computer, at the back of my desk, on the table, next to my desk. I kept those notes in my office over a period of time.
Did you ever discuss any of those entries with Greg Benson?
No,
Why not?
I had the opportunity on when we met on February 15th to discuss those with him. Some of those, but it's not limited to just the notes that I kept.
So the trust factor was gone with the top leadership here, I suppose, of the department.
Team of the department.
Battalion. I'm sorry?
Team of the department.
Top leadership.
Team.
Of the department. And so, quote, the battalion chiefs, close quote. So when did you make that entry?
Over a period of time after I met
No,
with
I'm not talking about the other entries. I'm talking about that one, number one.
over
When
a
did you
period
make
of
that
time.
entry?
Larry, he's told you, and I don't know how many times he can tell you, he doesn't remember when it started. He's done it over a period of time. I don't know what else you want from him.
The truth?
Well, he's
And
giving
that
you-
is like pulling hen's teeth. So I'm asking, number one, when did you make, over what period of time? Beginning in the morning, beginning one year or another? When, just when, did you make that entry?
I don't recall it was made over a period of time.
Over how long a period of time did you make entry number one?
I don't recall. It could have been 3, 6 months. I don't recall. I kept those notes over a period of time. I made those entries over a period of time.
I'm not talking about the entries. I'm talking about the entry, singular, number one. Let's talk about number two. Had to take action to address the needs, stability, and consistency of the department. I'm not sure what the next word is on the left side of the arrow. What is that word? Hello?
He's reading.
Well, it's only one word.
Consistency of the department. Had to take action to address the needs, stability, and consistency of the department, DEPT.
Now, below that, no, I've got that. Below department, you have a word. Looks like you have two words.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4
No.
words.
Well, I'm looking on the left side of the arrow.
If you're referring to what's between there, it has to go with number 3. Discipline in the department was at its very best zero, given the paramilitary nature of the organization that had to be addressed immediately. And I have the implementation, non-present, no action.
All right, so the words on number 3, the words that are the entry, the cursive entry to the left of the arrow, and then the words now hyphen present hyphen
No action.
no action. Those are those line that line goes with number 3, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
All right.
That's
So when did you make entry number 2?
It was made over a period of time.
But you don't
I
know when.
don't recall. No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
As I indicated, Mr. Watts, those were notes that I compiled that I had, and I placed all of them together over a period of time, sir.
What was the basis of your entry had to take action to address the need, stability, and consistency of the department? What was the basis of that? What information? What facts?
After I met with Mr. Benson, and I listened to the battalion chiefs, and I spoke with my assistant city managers on other disciplinary actions, I made that note.
So now, were you there when Dr. Thigpen had been fired?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Were you employed by the city of Beaumont when Dr. Thigpen was fired?
Court author.
No.
Did you know that he'd been fired?
I have never worked for the city of Beaumont, sir.
Did you know that Dr. Thigpen had been fired?
I've never worked for the city of Beaumont, sir.
That's fine. That's fine. Did you know that Dr. Thigpen, when you didn't work for the city of Beaumont, had been fired?
Larry, what is Dr. Thigpen this is not a hearing on Dr. Thigpen.
Well, it may be.
No, it is not.
Well, it may be.
No, sir.
No, what? Okay, you hold fast to your answer, and I'll hold fast to mine. So, were you there when, regardless, did you know that Dr. Thigpen had been a former employee of the city of Beaumont who had been fired by one of your predecessors?
I've never worked for the city of Beaumont, sir.
I understand that. And I know that you're not a Martian either. But the point is, and that was sidebar, I withdraw that, forgive me. So the question is, did you know that Thigpen had been previously employed by the city of Beaumont and that he had been fired?
I'm not aware.
Okay, you're not aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay. So then it wouldn't do me any good to ask you why he left or what the reasons were for his departure. Would it?
No,
Can
sir.
I
Again,
ask what that has to do with the termination of Chief Benson?
Well, since you're not a voting member, I don't know that that's a relevant question.
I have a question. What is the relevance of the firing of Chief Benson? This is Adam Saunders.
It's 11:58. You want to take your break now? Ms. Williams?
I'll wait till after you answer my question. Adam Saunders.
If you'll answer the question and then we can take the break. Mr. Watts, please.
So what is the answer to your question? To my question?
Well, what is the answer to my question? This is Adam Saunders. I had a question. Are you not answering questions from the committee at this time?
You're asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you, what is the relevance of this line of questioning regards to
The
the
relevance of
firing
this line of
Chief
questioning
Benson?
is that I believe that Dr. Thigpen was discharged before for improper performance. I happen to have some of the information, and I'll be talking to him today. That's my answer, sir. And I want to know about credibility issues. He was one of the witnesses in this meeting, and I think that it's important for me to know exactly what the knowledge of why he was selected to be there, why he was brought back by your city manager, and what the and forgive me for not hearing your question directed at me, but it has to do with his credibility, Dick Ben's credibility, and his participation in this matter.
Well, he will not be a witness because he was not an original witness, and we didn't find out that he was going to be a witness, or you requested for him to be a witness until Monday. The
Well, I
list
didn't
of
find
witness,
out
the
till right
list
now.
of witnesses needed to be in by December 31st, and
I didn't,
he was not on that witness list, so he will not be a witness.
well, I didn't know that until just now.
Okay, well, you were sent a communication, Mr. Watts.
When was I sent a
Um,
communication that he would not be a witness?
I sent you a communication that the witnesses needed to be in, the names of the witnesses needed to be in by December 31st.
And so
So-
when was I told that he would not be a witness?
Just now, because that witness list was not submitted to me in a timely manner. So he will not be a witness. And it's 12 o'clock, so it will report back at 12:45. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here.
Mr. Watts is walking up to the computer right now.
Thank you. We're missing one committee member. Just give us 1 second.
Yes, ma'am. By the way, Ms. Williams, it had a, well, I'll wait till the committee member is.
Are we muted? No, no, we're not. Okay.
We apologize. Am I being muted by somebody?
Shamika is being muted.
Shamika, you're muted.
I'm sorry. That was me that muted you that time. We're waiting on Mr. Cashmere to return.
Okay.
Okay, we have all our committee members who have returned, and we'll go back on the record, and it is 12:49.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're
So,
Hold on
Ms.
just a second.
Williams,
Yeah, all right, go ahead. Larry, do you have some issue?
so Ms. Williams, I it was brought to my attention that in my answering Mr. Saunders, that I may have confused in my question, and I apologize. When I said that Dr. Thigpen had been terminated from Beaumont, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say Port Arthur. So I hope I didn't mislead anyone on that. So back to the question. All right, now we were talking about the February 15th meeting that you and Dr. Thigpen and Mr. Hastings had with Mr. Benson. So I want to ask you a question that relates to that and may relate to why the unrest with Hastings, Washburn, and their group occurred. Were you well, withdraw. So if someone is paid, and I'm thinking about a case that we had, that Alex and I had, and I'm not going into it now, but some of the members of the panel may have been on that hearing. If you were aware that an employee of Port Arthur was being overpaid, being paid for a job title that they didn't have, what would you do?
Larry, that has nothing, that
It has absolute, no. It has absolutely everything to do with it.
Who are you directing this question to? And no, it doesn't, Mr. Watts.
No, yes, it does, unless you know and I suspect you know the answer. But Mr. Burton, what would you do if you had someone that was being overpaid for a position that they didn't have?
I would, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I would take it to the head of department and to ask the head of department to work with the HR department to make sure the matter is rectified.
So are you familiar with the old expression clawback?
Yes, I am.
So would you attempt to recover the overpayments?
As I indicated, I would take it to the head of department and ask the head of department to work with the HR department to make sure that the matter is rectified.
Mm-hmm. So the in the HR department, withdrawal. So who evaluated the battalion chiefs?
I would think that's the responsibility of, it is the responsibility of the some fire chief.
Oh, well, isn't it the responsibility of Mr. Havens? Wasn't he the one that evaluated the fire chiefs, the battalion chiefs?
It would fall under the responsibility of the fire chief. The fire chief is the head of the department.
Mm-hmm. So if, who did the fire chief personally evaluate? Or who was he supposed to evaluate?
Anybody who works under the umbrella of the fire chief as well.
And who worked under the umbrella of the fire chief?
The rank and file of the fire department.
Mm-hmm. So isn't it true that in the normal way things should be done in the City of Port Arthur Fire Department, that Chief Benson would have evaluated the deputy chief and the fire marshal? That would have been Havens and Washburn. And that Havens then evaluated, as the deputy chief, he would evaluate the battalion chiefs. Isn't that the way that It had been done, and isn't that the way in the normal circumstance it should have been done?
I would think so.
Yes. Now, were you aware that Benson had been told by Ms. Hinton and Ms. Williams that he did not have the authority to evaluate Hastings and Washburn?
No,
So were you aware that he did not evaluate Hastings and Washburn?
no,
Did you ever see an evaluation of Hastings and Washburn?
no,
So were you aware that Chief Benson went to City Attorney Val Tisno in 2022 to share with her that he discovered that Hastings was still being paid as fire chief and Washburn was still being paid as assistant fire chief?
I don't recall.
And do you recall that Benson was told by Tisno that was improper and that she was going to commence clawback?
I don't recall.
And so did any effort ever come out of the city attorney's office that you're aware of, which you may have blocked or someone may have blocked, I don't know, to claw back the overpayments, the dramatic overpayments that had been made to Hastings and Washburn?
I don't recall.
We'll object again to the sidebar comments, but I'll let him answer.
Take the word dramatic out. Anybody ever make any attempt to get the money back?
I don't recall.
And are Hastings and Washburn, have they always, even when Benson was chief, been carried on the payroll at the pay steps of chief and deputy chief?
I don't recall.
And if they have been carried on the payroll and been paid as chief and deputy chief, that would have been inaccurate, correct?
Mr. Watts, I don't recall.
If
I can't
the-
comment on something that I'm not aware of. I don't recall.
I'm asking you,
That was brought to my attention.
if Hastings were paid as the chief of the fire department, the fire chief, instead while Benson was the fire chief, that would have been improper, correct?
It depends.
What does that depend on?
On the circumstances, but I don't recall. I can't comment on something that I don't recall and I have no previous knowledge of.
Well,
I don't know
so
the
I'm not asking you about.
Where we're going on with this.
I'm not asking you whether you knew it or not. I'm asking you if Hastings was being paid as fire chief when he wasn't fire chief, that would have been wrong, correct?
I don't recall.
And
if
Mr. Watts, I'm sorry, for the record, it's Havens, not Hastings.
Hastings. And if
Havens.
Washburn had been paid as deputy chief when he was not the deputy chief, but Hastings was the deputy chief, that would have been wrong, wouldn't it?
Mr. Watts, again, I can't comment on something that I'm not aware of. I don't recall, sir.
So if you have, and it's Havens, I apologize. So if you have Havens and Washburn being paid as the chief of the fire department and as the deputy of the chief of the fire department, when Havens was not the chief of the fire department and Washburn was not the deputy chief of the fire department, how many hundreds of thousands of dollars, if any, would have been involved in overpayments to those two gentlemen?
I have no idea.
Would it have been significant enough for the taxpayers of the city of Port Arthur to be concerned about whether they were being defrauded?
I have no idea, sir.
Do
I
you
can't
think,
answer
do you
the question.
think that if Havens and Washburn were being overpaid, now this is a hypothetical, you don't know, I understand that, but let's assume for a moment that they were being overpaid. Should that have been known to Human Resources?
Yes, it should.
And if it should have been known by Human Resources, should it have been called to your attention?
Yes, it should.
And if it had been called to your attention that Havens and Washburn were being, I would think, significantly, I don't mean that as sidebar, overpaid, that that could be a substantial amount of money.
It is sidebar, and he's already answered this question, but I'll let him answer again.
I don't recall.
It's almost, if those two gentlemen, Havens and Washburn, were being overpaid for years, all the time that poor Benson was there trying to do his job, and they got wind of the fact that he was aware of their being overpaid and had reported it to Val Tisno, the city attorney. That's almost enough to suggest they could complain to you and have these meetings like on February 6th or February the 15th. Wouldn't you say by the just human nature that would prompt their wanting to get rid of Benson?
All right, that is about 5 layers of speculation, Larry. And
So
I'm not gonna
excuse me, you're that now you've given us a good example of sidebar, and I'd appreciate if you'd with hold your sidebar.
Yeah, but
So-
that was about 5 layers of speculation.
No, that was
What
not.
could happen,
If-
what might have happened, what if this happened and that happened, and if this happened and that happened. No, we're not going to let him answer questions like that, and that's irrelevant to the.
Are you instructing him not to answer?
Yes, to that question.
Are you going to answer the question, Mr. Burton?
No, I'm not.
And are you doing that because counsel has advised you not to?
No, I'm not.
Are you going to do that because counsel has advised you not to?
Let me repeat, I'm not going to answer the question.
All right. Now, there is another question I want to ask you. If you hadn't evaluated Benson, what was the basis for your giving the Rotary Club such a glorious or a good recommendation or good endorsement of Benson when you met with them in early 2024? Well, if you hadn't evaluated him, what was the basis of your comments to the Rotary Club?
The basis of my comments was Mr. Benson, as far as his public appearances were concerned and his public relations skills were concerned, as far as I was concerned, did an excellent job as on a public relations basis. But when it came to his duties and responsibilities as fire chief, and as I noted in my notes, Mr. Benson did not do a good job.
Mhm. Let's go back to your February 15th list of notes. And it was my understanding as I thought about this over lunch, you added to these as matters were brought to your attention, correct?
Yes,
But you don't know when you started the list, and you don't know when you finished the list, correct?
that's correct.
And so in number 3, it says discipline in the department was at its very best, 0, given the paramilitary nature of the organization that had to be addressed immediately. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
So now, that information that you gave there was based upon what you'd been told by Havens and Washburn, correct?
Yes, what I had been told by the team that I met.
That was told to you by Havens and Washburn and by Richard Bodine and Jeremy Holland, correct?
That's correct.
And you never asked Benson about that accusation, did you?
Yes, I met with Mr. Benson again let me just refresh your memory. I met with Mr. Benson on the 15th.
No. Yeah, but I'm sorry, go ahead. Forgive me.
I met with Mr. Benson on the 15th of February 2024 when I met with Deputy Chief Havens, Ms. Langford, and Dr. Thigpen, where I addressed those concerns as well.
Well, these aren't concerns. What it looks to me like these are conclusions. It says discipline in the department was at its very best, 0. Now, that doesn't say that you're concerned that it might be. You've been told that it was. You make the conclusion, it says in your own handwriting, discipline in the department was at its very best, 0, given the paramilitary nature of the organization. That had to be addressed immediately. So you already reached that conclusion, had you not?
Yes, I did.
And so that was not a concern, that was a judgment, right?
It depends.
What does that depend upon?
It depends.
So what? My wife walked in. Go ahead. What does it depend on?
It depends.
What does he say? It depends on what?
Let me just repeat my response. It depends.
Well, I know that. I've heard that. It depends on what?
Mr. Watts, that's what I'm going to stick to. It depends.
then you don't remember when you reached that conclusion?
No, as I stated, I developed those over a period of time.
No, I understand that. I'm not talking about anything except number 3.
Oh, number 3, yes, I made that conclusion after I was informed, and I can't recall which member at what meeting it was, and which member. The group informed me that there were 2 incidents that took place. One was where I think a certain officer had grown some facial hairs that was not in line with grooming policies. And I think there was another incident where an officer or a fire officer was given a very lenient, was just chastised about, I think it was a matter that had to do with some rule that was broken. And the rank and the battalion chiefs had thought, the fire chief had not dealt with the individual, it was just given a slap on his hand or something of that nature.
So where would I find notes about that? I heard what you were saying, but I'm sure that you must have written that down somewhere.
No, I didn't. I think it was in one of the meetings that we held, though.
So what you were doing was telling me something that you recalled just now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what spurred your recollection? Do you know? Was it my question?
Yes, it was your question. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So is there anything else on either circle number 1 that the trust factor was gone with top leadership team of the department, the battalion chiefs? Now that's a conclusion also, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So is there anything that you suddenly recall about that my question to you as to when that entry was made and what was the basis for that question or for that statement? Is there anything that you can think of to give us today?
Not that I can recall right now. So.
Mm-hmm. And then number 2, it says, had to take action to address the needs, stability, and consistency of the department. That sounds like a conclusion as well, doesn't it?
Yes.
So do you recall when you formed that conclusion?
It was as I moved ahead with making my notes, when I met with the group and with Mr. Benson.
So that would have been when you met with the group and Mr. Benton, you formed that conclusion on February the 15th?
I can't say it was formed on February the 15th, precisely, no. As I stated, it was formed over a period of time.
So what was it that you based that conclusion on?
My discussion with both Mr. Benson and with staff.
And when did you have the discussion with Mr. Benson to give you the information that you used to form the conclusion that you stated in number 2? When?
Over a period of time.
Mm-hmm. So it was not one conversation with Mr. Benton. It was several conversations. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, I'm sorry. So let me ask you about number 4, civil service. What, I'm not sure. Civil something evaluations. What was that?
My understanding is that there is a procedure that the process that is in place for civil service employees that the HR department normally oversees. And I was informed that one of those meetings, I can't recall who shared that with me, but I was informed when I met the group and in one of those meetings that those evaluations were not attended to in about 2 years.
Mm-hmm. And if not attended to in 2 years, just abandoned. So now that's interesting, because that's what we were just talking about. Had you ever been told by Havens and Washburn that they were being paid at steps of service greater than they were filling?
No.
So who told you that there was a failure of Benson to conduct civil service evaluations over a 2-year period?
But the statement was made, as far as I can recall, the statement was not made directly to Mr. Benson, but it came out in the discussions that was taking place that, listen, we haven't done civil service evaluations, or it has not been attended to in the department for the last 2 years.
Did you at any time advise them, well, you knew that because you hadn't done your job. You hadn't evaluated Benson?
No.
Did you ever tell them, or did you ever ask, withdraw? Did you ever ask Ms. Williams about the evaluations of Havens and Washburn by Benson to see if she was aware of that? He had not evaluated them.
No.
Did you ever ask Benson if he had evaluated Havens or Washburn?
No.
Now, I don't mean to be rude, but does it appear that you just weren't doing your job?
No.
Well, at least it didn't depend on something else. What did you do when you learned that there were civil service evaluations, if not attended, that had not been performed? What did you do?
It was part. We had it at the discussion that took place among those that were present, and then I made a note of it. I might have mentioned it. I can't recall. I don't recall.
Did you make any notes of that?
That was the note that I made of that then, and then putting my notes together, I was able to put this together as part of it over a period of time.
Over how long a period of time?
Mr. Watts, I don't recall though. I don't recall. It was based on my interaction with the group and with Mr. Benson at the same time.
Well, if you had a period of time to think about it, why did you not, over that period of time, ask Williams to see the evaluation files by Benson, Havens, Washburn? Why did you not ask to see those evaluation files if you had a period of time in which to do that?
Because it did not strike me at that time to ask for it.
So were the battalion chiefs conducting evaluations?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Who was evaluating Mr. Washburn's faithful secretary, Thibodeau?
I don't know.
Is Ms. Thibodeau still with you?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did she go with Mr. Washburn to Groves?
Not that I am aware of.
That's where Mr. Washburn went, correct? He's the fire chief at Groves.
I'm not aware of that. He's the fire chief in Groves, sir.
Then, do you know when you first learned that, I know you say over a period of time, when did it first come to your attention that the civil service evaluations had not been performed in the fire department?
Let me just restate again. It was during one of the discussions that we were having, and I made a note of it.
Who evaluates you?
The city council does.
Do they do that in writing?
Yes, they do.
Have you ever told them that you haven't checked to determine whether departments like the fire department was conducting evaluations according to policy?
Nope.
Do you think you owe them that responsibility?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever withdraw? The next item is number 5. It says standard operating procedure, best practice were ignored or left to languish. Now, what standard operating procedures, plural, best practices, plural, were ignored or left to languish? Which ones?
Okay, again, I made those notes based on the discussions that we were having as a group with staff, the fire staff, and I made it over a period of time whilst I listened to the concerns that came from the members of staff.
Well, I understand that you listened and they were made over a period of time. Now what I'm asking you to do, and what you may have missed the point of the question, what were the standard operating procedures? What were the best practices that were ignored? Wait a minute, let me finish. That were ignored or left to languish by Chief Benson?
I do not recall.
Did anybody ever tell you? Anybody ever identify them?
I'm sure they might have during the meetings that we held, and I made that note again with the several meetings that we have had as we did have those meetings. But I do not recall the exact dates.
Did anybody ever tell you what the standard operating procedures and our best practices were that had been ignored or left to languish?
I don't recall.
number 6 or 61. I guess that should be 6, right?
Yes.
Fire chief, according to senior staff, was very disruptive in
Emergencies.
emergency fire calls, had to ask him to leave the scene. Now, who had asked the fire chief to leave the scene? Had it been Washburn or Havens, or had it been Bowden, or had it been Holland?
Again, I don't recall, and all I can recall on this one, as well as the others, that it was brought to my attention that when there were emergencies, or particularly one emergency, when the fire chief was present, staff had to ask him to leave because
And so, go ahead.
Because of their opinion was Mr. Benson was being more disruptive than assisted. And I can't recall who said it, but that was the note that I made at that particular time.
What was the conduct of Benson that was considered to be very disruptive in emergency fire calls?
I don't know.
Did you ever ask Benson if this was a true comment?
No.
Did you ever ask Benson if he had ever been asked to leave the scene?
No.
Did you think it was a true comment that had been made to you by Havens or Washburn or Bowden or Holland, whoever made it?
Again, I don't recall who made the comment. I knew that the comment was made and I just documented it. I was not going out fishing for anything. I just made a note of the comment that was made.
So you didn't know whether it was true or not?
No, I just made a note of it, like I did with all the others.
Yeah.
I just kept those notes and then come back.
And you still don't know whether that entry on number 6 is true or not.
No.
The fact is, you don't know if any of these notes that you made over a period of time are based on true facts or not, do you?
Again, I compiled those notes over a period of time as I met with staff and with Mr. Benson.
And you don't know whether they're true or not, right?
No.
Then number 7, reads communication with the management staff had ceased and then disappeared, e.g., budgeting and procurement, follow-up, and follow-through leadership. Did I read that correctly?
No, lacking. The word is lacking.
I'm sorry?
The word is lacking. Follow-up and follow-through was lacking. The word follow-up and follow-through lacking.
That was number 8.
Yes.
Okay, so 7 is communication, with the management staff had ceased and then disappeared, e.g. budgeting and procurement. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Hold on just a moment, please. Now, there was a statement that was made by you that there had been you and the mayor, that there had been a vote of no confidence by the firefighters union, and that was a reason for termination. Did you make such a statement?
No, I did not.
Did the mayor make such a statement, Barty?
I don't recall.
Did anybody ever make to you the statement that there had been a vote of no confidence by the firefighters union?
No.
Had you ever heard that from any member of the firefighters union?
No.
Had the mayor ever said anything to you about that?
The mayor might have mentioned it to me, you know.
Did the mayor tell you where he got it?
No.
Did you ever say that operational and safety standards were not being met?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever hear that said in the media?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Mayor Barty ever say such a thing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever hear that said by anybody?
Not that I'm aware of.
Who were the leaders of the firefighters union?
I don't recall.
Did you have a private meeting with Haven and Bodine
When?
at any time when you were talking about Benson? Did you ever meet privately with just those two people?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you want to get rid of Benson before January 1, 2024?
January. No, not that I'm aware of.
Did you want to get rid of Benson before February 1, 2024?
No, not that I'm aware.
So every reason you had to want to be rid of Benson occurred after February 1st, 2024.
February 6th.
After February 6th.
6th, yes.
Yeah, 6. Yeah, I got it.
6, yes.
Did you and Mayor Barty ever have a meeting with Haven and Bowden about getting rid of Benson?
Oh, absolutely not.
Did you ever have a meeting with the Mayor Barty about just the two of you about getting rid of Benson?
No.
Did you ever did you ever have a conversation with Mayor Barty about getting rid of Benson?
Yes.
And when was that conversation?
I'm sure that the conversation took place after February 6th, where I had just surprised the mayor that, listen, we are, there are certain concerns that are beginning to develop in the fire department. And I've been meeting with staff and with Mr. Benson on the matter. And it appears that the morale of staff is going very low, and I may have to take some action to remedy the situation.
And so where did that was a telephone or face to face?
I think it was a face to face. It was just, stepping into the mayor's office and, that sort of thing.
Who all was present in the mayor's office when that conversation occurred?
I think it was just the two of us.
And did you initiate the meeting and the conversation?
Yes.
Barty did not.
No.
And so why did you initiate the meeting?
Because I felt at some point in time I would have to take some action. So I think it was necessary that as the mayor, I give him that sort of respect, and let him know that, this is what that may be happening in the future.
And that meeting was set up by you with the mayor because of your February 6th meeting?
Yes. Yes.
Did you tell Benson that you were going to meet with the mayor about taking action against Benson's job?
As I stated, I made the comments to the mayor in passing to let him know what was happening in the fire department. Listen, I've been meeting with the rank and brass staff of the fire department, and these are their concerns. I deem them to be very serious concerns in the fire department. I did not inform the mayor as to what action I was going to take, but I said I may be taking some action as far as Mr. Benson is concerned in the future.
All right. So what did he tell you?
Oh, he did not respond.
Did he tell you he didn't give you any type of response at all, either
No.
verbal or nonverbal?
Nonverbal, to the best of my recollection.
Did you tell him why you were thinking about having to take action against Benson?
No.
Did he ask?
No.
That was strictly within your discretion as far as he was concerned from what you interpreted?
That was, yes.
I mean, it would have been all right with him if you did take action. It would have been all right with him if you did not take action against Benson.
I don't know.
Well, from what you knew of Barty and what you knew of the situation, he wasn't asking you to do anything.
Exactly. And I was not asking his opinion either.
But you were just telling him as a heads up that don't be surprised if I take a disciplinary action against Benson.
Yes.
And did he say do what you have to do?
No.
So then the number 8 says well, wait a minute, I'm not through with number 7. So what communication with which management staff? What management staff had Benson ceased to communicate with?
This I can't recall this one though. Oh, it had to do with the construction of the new fire station in the Port Acres area. And I know that my assistant, Miss Langford, had been working very closely with Mr. Benson, and for some time the matter just had fallen off the radar. That's a special assignment I had given to her. Then when I inquired months later on, where are we with this? And Miss Langford informed me, well, I'd informed Mr. Benson about it. Oops, oh, we need to go back to council because the matter had been dropped, and here it is that the price had gone up significantly on the project. I think it went up by tens of thousands of dollars, and I said, Miss Langford, where were we with this? And well, here it has been with Mr. Benson, but we have not, no action has been taken. So we got to bring this matter back to council to inform council of the significant increase in price. I think that's the gist of it.
All right, so you just thought about that just now as we were talking as being the reason that you wrote number 7?
No, because I wrote procurement right there, and I remember quite clearly then why I wrote the procurement, because the project had been procured at a certain price, and then we had to go back to council to ask them for more money, on that project because of the fact that immediate action had not been taken to secure the price that we had.
And whose job was that to take the immediate action?
Well, Mr. Benson had to work very closely with the assistant city manager at the time to get that done. And apparently,
who was the assistant city manager at the time?
Miss Langford. Miss Langford still is, and the fact that Mr. Benson had not been communicating on time and in time with Miss Langford to get that.
So did Ms. Langford tell you that?
Yes.
Was she in the meeting?
Yes.
Did she make the accusation that Benson had stopped communicating with her and management staff?
I don't think it was so much of an accusation, but Ms. Langford was bringing me up to date as to where we are with the project, and that there may be need to go back to the council to ask for additional funding. And I think there might be a series of emails as far as that is concerned, because I know Ms. Langford is very good at documenting what she does. So I believe that there may be a series of emails as far as those are concerned.
Now, Pam, is it Pam Langford?
That's correct.
So you had some meetings with Mr. Benson, Chief Benson, about the new fire station being built?
We had several meetings over a period of time, both with Mr. Benson and with Ms. Langford. We had several discussions in the hallway, in my conference room, as time permitted. Whenever we could discuss the matter, we had meetings that were organized in order to discuss the project.
Were you aware that Chief Benson was sending Pam Langford some emails on the matter, and that she was, for whatever reason, being failing to respond?
No, I'm not aware.
If they were by email, you have access to the email, do you not?
No, I would, a lot of those emails, I rather left it to my assistants and to the heads of departments. and I asked my assistant to brief me on it whenever it was necessary.
Well, you know that you made the staff aware that Pam Langford was non-responsive in her communication request, and the staff was made aware, right? By Benson.
Could you repeat that question?
Yeah. Benson made the staff aware and you aware that Langford was not being responsive to his emails on the matter of the new fire station. Correct?
I was not aware of that.
So what's the down and dirty, so to speak, of what you were aware of when Langford came back and did she ever take any responsibility for the situation?
My approach was, let's fix this. Let's take it to council. Let's be open and transparent. Let's take it to council and let's see how we could fix it. You know, let's ask council, you know, let's state the case clearly and let's ask council, how could we fix it? And that's how we addressed it. We addressed it by going back to council and ask for more funding in order to make sure that the project was back on track.
So the last item, number 8, follow up and follow through. And what's the last word?
Lacking.
Lacking. And that all of these are 8 conclusions that you reach. Correct?
Those are 8 conclusions. Those are 8 observations that I made over a period of time.
Well, I understand you're over. These are 8 conclusions. So these simply weren't concerns. These are 8 judgments, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now,
Larry, is this a good good spot to take a break?
yes, it is. If it's all right with Ms. Williams,
5 minutes, please.
make it 10, please.
Okay, yes, sir.
Is she effeminate?
We're waiting Ms. Shanita to join us and then we'll be ready.
All right, I'm gonna go offline. I'll be on the picture on, I'm turning sound on.
We're ready, Mr. Watts.
So,
Larry, wait, before we get started, we want to make an observation and a comment. We've been going with this particular witness about 2 hours of testimony. We're going to allow another 2 hours at a maximum. But we've got to conclude this hearing today. And
it's not gonna happen.
well, I don't know why it shouldn't then.
Well,
Because
I
these are
can,
not
I can tell you that it's been a long time since I've had to cross-examine by every piece of bark on a tree. But I'm having to do that with this witness.
Well,
Some move fast, some move slowly, some don't resist. Some you don't get this, it depends. And this is now, it just forces me to ask about every piece of bark on the tree. If you want to ask your witness to please be a little more cooperative, I'd appreciate it.
he is being as cooperative as the questions require.
Well, okay, so you and I.
What we're going to do is we're going to have this witness for another 2 hours.
Okay.
If you have other witnesses, we are going, because we've got committee members who have other jobs here at the city. And I don't know of any state or federal judge here in the Eastern District or Jefferson County that would think that a grievance hearing or an appeal, termination appeal, should last more than a day.
Well, you know,
Especially when they can read, hold on, especially when they can read the transcript and find that several of these questions have nothing to do with the actual termination and or the grievance. So we will, if you want to take it up with a particular judge, we can do so. But I think that you know both Judge Crone, Judge Troncalli, or any of the 4 district judges here in Jefferson County. And I don't
obviously, obviously, this is a case that is not suited for Jefferson County. And so I understand that. And I'm trying to deal with that. By the way, and I think the amount of time that's needed is the amount of time that's needed. And I'm not asking duplicitous questions. I'm not asking complicated, long-winded questions. I've tried to trim it as closely as I can. Now, by the way, while we're on it, on December 26, 2024, at 11:29 p.m., 13 days ago, you wrote and said that
I doubt it was 11:29 p.m., but I could be wrong.
It says, finally, we again remind you that the city requires at least 3 days' notice to arrange for any witnesses. 3 days' notice. Please provide us with the names of any witnesses you plan to call at the hearing or would like the city to arrange to be present. Unless advised otherwise by you before the hearing, Ms. Williams plans to be the chair of the hearing. And I think I answered you that day.
You did
And
not.
I gave you, well, I answered you, but you gave me a deadline at some point and said by 5 o'clock, and I met the time. And I gave you thick pen, Duracell, Burton, and
The chair has made her comments on that. We gave you,
well, the point is that the chair is and no offense, but the chair is wrong.
okay,
And
have somewhere in the personnel policy that she's wrong, then we'll allow it. But let's go forward. You've got 2 hours from right now
so I have 2 hours, what?
to finish with this witness, and then we need to finish with any other witnesses that you have.
So you're telling me I have 2 hours for the hearing and that's it?
No, sir, that's not what I said. I said we're giving you a maximum of 2 hours for this witness. We've already been going approximately 2 hours with this particular witness. That would be a total of almost 4 hours.
All right, and then I have the other witnesses as I need to do. What about Thigpen?
Thigpen is not available. I've made that statement clear already. The
but
request to have, the request
but
to
you're
have
going
him as,
against-
the request to have him as a witness was not turned in a proper manner. He will not be a witness. We still have not had the committee able to ask questions of management or Mr. Benson. No, Dr. Thigpen will not be a witness.
Thigpen was listed like this witness, like Durso.
The only four witnesses you requested were myself, Chief Havens, Chief Duristo, and Mr. Burton in your initial request. The request for Dr. Thigpen came this week, no later than, it was probably Monday. He will not be a witness, Mr. Watts. We need to move on.
All of this is being recorded, right?
Yes, sir.
So, yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, Alex and I had an agreement, and it's in writing, and I understand you're abrogating that agreement, so that's fine. I don't waive it. All right. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Let's go.
We're ready, Mr. Watts.
So the February 6th, 2024, it says Fire Command Staff Meeting with City Manager. Did you type up the notes, the exhibit? Or have it typed up?
Tab 5.
I'm sorry?
I'm letting the witness know it's tab 5.
No, I did not.
Tab 5. So who did?
That was the documentation I received from meeting that was presented to me when I met with the staff.
So that was typed up and given to you in advance by L. Paul Washburn, Robert Havens, Richard Bodine, Jeremy Holland.
That was the
Hello?
document that, go ahead.
No, I'm asking.
That was the document that was presented to me at the meeting.
And so what did you do when you got this document?
I attempted to read it and to listen to the officers or to the staff present. And I did inform the staff at that point, I needed time to go to get back to my office as well, and then to really read the document through and through.
So how long did you meet with them?
Maybe about 45 minutes.
So did they give you any information? They talked to you? They give you any evidence?
They presented me with this document.
So did
And,
you ask any questions about the document?
I might have done that, and I'm almost sure that I told them that I needed time to look at the document, and if I had any other concerns, I would determine how my follow-up and follow-through would be.
Why was it that you decided on not having Benson present?
Because it was a meeting that was requested by staff. I have the sole judgment to make that decision as to whether I want him present or not. I made the decision because I felt that I needed to hear from staff first, and then I felt that if Mr. Benson was present, maybe it would impede the staff talking just openly and freely. And so I needed to hear from them as city manager, and then I made the ultimate decision not to sleep on this, but 2 days afterwards, on the 15th, to meet with Mr. Benson and with the Deputy Havens to discuss the matter that was presented.
So I'm going to direct your attention to page 2 of the 5 in tab 5, the February 6th minutes or notes or legal document, whatever it is, that was given to you in advance. And I'm going to ask you to turn, when you turn to page 2 of 5, that you look at number 7, D, like David, 7. And it says Chief Benson did not understand that the fire marshal's office is an independent law enforcement agency. Chief Benson spent 3 days trying to determine who oversees law enforcement matters. And if the fire marshal was not managing law enforcement activities correctly, this was done without ever simply asking the fire marshal. Benson went to the police chief and asked him to step in, and went to legal with questions again without simply asking the fire marshal. Benson began this when the fire marshal was not at work. On a day when the fire marshal was not at work, Chief Benson asked his secretary to investigate why the fire marshal handled the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, record request. Benson did not simply ask the fire marshal. The fire marshal job description includes the holding of department records. So now, having covered that, what was the issue about the fire marshal and whether or not the fire marshal was a certified peace officer under T code in the state of Texas?
Larry, I don't recall, but this is what I could tell you though. When I read that, what came to mind immediately was there was a communication problem between the fire chief and his staff. That's what came to mind. I was not prepared to go into the weeds as to what it was or not. I simply expected there to be clear communication between the rank and brass and file of the fire chief and his staff, and that was their responsibility. I was not going to do that for them. That's what I read. I clearly expected it, that there must be clear communication between the left hand and the right hand.
Well,
That's all it was about for me. Communication, communication, communication. That's all it meant to me.
Well, how can you have communication when you've got when you're obviously playing the side of it sounds like Cain mutiny. You're playing the side of Haven, Washburn, Bowden and Holland, and you're not even including, for this communication that you're touting, you're not even including the communicant who's the head of the department. I mean, I don't understand. You had obviously taken the position. Of supporting supporting the department against the chief. You obviously had chosen sides. Isn't that true? You had chosen sides and you weren't on Benson's side.
Is that your closing argument?
I beg your pardon?
Was that your closing argument, or was there a question?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, there was a lot of argument there, and I'm trying to figure out what was the
Alex,
question.
would you please, Alex, your comments are interesting, they're obstructive, and they're not at all helpful. I'm going to ask you, respect your elders and respect the profession. And the profession says, wait a minute.
Mr. Watts, that goes both ways.
Madam.
That goes both ways. You're going to be respectful to him.
Ma'am, you are.
If you want him to be
I've had
respectful of you.
Let me say something, Ms. Williams. I've listened to the tape where you and a former assistant who's now deceased said that if you could have me indicted, you would, because I asked questions. I've still got the tape, and you're going to listen to the tape at some point in time in the future. Now, I want to be free from your carping on this, and I'm asking you, please, if you are impartial, then for God's sake, be impartial.
I'm just asking you to be respectful. That's all.
Well, that little boat floats on two ways.
On both ways. Exactly.
All right.
You can continue.
Thank you, madam. So you want to tell me, Chief, City Manager Burton, how it is that you had picked sides so early on in the game to side with the subordinates against the head of the department? What was it that turned your mind against Benson? Was it Greg? Was it Mr. Dolcifino?
Mr. Watts, my job as city manager is to make sure that there is communication between all departments and department staff. My job is not to pick sides, and my job is to make a decision at the end of the day that's in the best interest of the citizens of Port Arthur and of the city in running the city. And so part of that is communication. I need to make sure that my heads of departments have very clear lines and channels of communication with staff to make sure that the job that they're being assigned is being attended to as leaders. As I indicated, Mr. Benson was an excellent person as it came to public relations out there. Excellent. And that's why I praised him in the public for it. But when it came to communication with staff in the department, Mr. Benson was an abysmal failure.
Well, let's look at number D on page 2 of 5. And it says circumvents and distrust command staff to the point of paranoia. Now,
Page 2?
page 2 of 5.
Page 2, okay. D, okay, I got you.
D is in dog.
Okay, I got you.
Now, the use of the word paranoia, psychological term, talking about severe emotional disorder. Who was qualified to use that term amongst the people that you were meeting with in the absence of Greg Benson? In your judgment?
Repeat that again. I'm trying to read.
Who was qualified to use that psychological term of a mental disorder from amongst the 4 men that you were dealing with in the absence of Greg Benson? Who was the psychologist or the person that had the authority to use that term?
I don't know, sir.
Did you consider that to be defamatory?
I don't know, sir. I can't answer that question.
Have you ever been called paranoid?
Maybe 100 times.
Are you paranoid?
Not that I'm aware of.
It goes on to say, when command staff does not unconditionally agree with Chief Benson, he believes command staff is purposely undermining him. Chief Benson has become retaliatory and now tries to catch staff doing something wrong. Command staff are left out of discussions, not informed on the direction of the department, and have been removed from contact with outside stakeholders. Who are the outside stakeholders?
I don't know.
These situations hinder command staff in being able to cohesively function or support operations within the department and lead to undue stress in the workplace. Now, when you see the term command staff, did you understand that the word command staff refers to L. Paul Washburn, Robert Havens, Richard Bowden, and Jeremy Holland?
No, I understood the word to mean the battalion chiefs, the rank and file of command staff in general. I did not limit it to any 1, 2, 3, 10 persons. I looked at the entire management. When I read this, what I read was the entire management structure of the fire department.
Who is John Boland?
A fire officer, part of the command staff.
And he's entitled supervisor of people?
I would think so.
What is a supervisor of people?
Say that again, Mr. Watts. Repeat.
What is a supervisor of people? What is that role in turn?
Just as the rule states, supervision of people.
So what is a supervisor of people's duties?
To supervise people.
Well, doesn't everybody that's a supervisor fit that description?
I don't know.
Well, so why is it, do you know of any other job titles at the city of Port Arthur other than Boland's that is supervisor of people or has those words in the title?
I don't know. I would have to look and see a document, that would state that.
Well, as I look at it, he's known as the supervisor of people. And you've never heard that before?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, you look at D1, it says, Chief Benson has stated to members that he does not trust any of his command staff. Have you ever heard him say that?
No.
Did the command staff give you any events, times, or places where such a comment has been made by Chief Benson?
I don't recall. There's a possibility, but I would not like to say that this was precisely said. There might be a possibility, but I don't recall.
And so what do you recall as being that possible event where he has stated that he does not trust any of his command staff? If such an example exists, what is your recollection of the example?
I really don't recall. If Mr. Benson had any one time said so to me, or the command staff, Mr. Benson has stated to members that he does not trust any of his command staff. I don't recall that ever being said to me.
So what employees of the city of Port Arthur has he made that statement to?
I don't know.
Have these gentlemen that you met with privately, Washburn, Havens, Bowden, Holland, did any of them ever tell you who was told by Benson that he doesn't trust his command staff?
Let me just make it very clear to you, Mr. Watts, that this was not a private meeting. It was held on the 4th floor of City Hall in the presence and was called. This was a meeting that was held on the 4th floor in the conference room of City Hall.
And so what does that have to do with whether they told you that of the name, or whether some person had told you that Benson had been overheard saying that he did not trust his command staff?
Well, as I stated, I've never heard that.
Okay.
Never heard that. It's in the document. And as I said, I read the document, but I've never, my focus has always been on communication. How can I improve the communication between the fire chief and his staff? And I was not going out there hunting. My focus is to improve communications and relationship between my fire chief and the department. My communication is on building bridges.
Number 2 says Number 2 says Chief Benson referred to training chief as a narc to another member. Who is the training chief?
I can't recall right now who's the training chief, but again, my focus in reading those things was to improve communication and relationship among staff and the fire chief. I was not going on a witch hunt.
Well, it looks to
That's
me
not how
like
I
you
operate.
had,
My intention, again, when I read those things, how can I make this work? How can I improve the communication between the fire chief and his staff? And that's why I proceeded in quick time, in 2 days, to call a meeting on the 15th to say, hey guys, I've read this document once, I've read it twice. I think we need to improve communication for the betterment of the organization. How do we improve communication for the betterment? Because obviously there appears to be gaps of communication and interpretation here. So how do we improve that communication?
are you eating my 2 hours up intentionally?
Absolutely not, sir. I'm just
Okay.
trying to answer your questions in
Well,
a very logical way. And to
So
be
let me-
honest about it, very honest about it.
Well, that's hopeful. The another member, Chief Benson referred to training chief, you don't know who that is, as a narc to another member. Who was the other member?
Mr. What you just asked me that same question and I
Oh,
answered.
no, I asked you who the training chief was.
I don't know who was the other member. I just answered the question completely.
Okay, so you don't know who the training chief is, and you don't know who the other member to whom Benson allegedly made the remark that the training chief was an art.
No, sir.
Okay, number 3, Benson will not fill the deputy of chief of operations position. The additional deputy chief position must be filled by test by civil service, per civil service. Only command staff positions are allowed to take the test. Chief Benson's feelings toward command staff have led him to not fill the position. Who told you that?
Again, I did not pay any attention to this because I know that Mr. Benson and I have had discussions, and the discussions went back and forth with him and with the city attorney at the time. And listen, I was just depending on Mr. Benson's input to make those decisions and provide me for recommendation. I was not going to interfere in that. As a leader of the fire department, I expected him to make those decisions. I would be confident in when he made those decisions to hand them to me and for me to sign off on them. I was not going to micromanage that.
So when you say
that was for him to make as the leader of the fire department. I depended on him to make those decisions.
So when you say that you didn't consider these, is it fair to say then that D1 through D10 you didn't consider? You just you realize that you had some guys there that didn't like Benson, and you were just going to take this back, read through it, and you were going to go through it with Benson. Is that right?
It would be fair to say that I took this back, I looked at it, and if there was any matter like this one that you referred to, I would get with Mr. Benson and say, hey, Mr. Benson, we have spoken about filling the assistant chief position, whatever it was. Listen, I expect a recommendation from you. Let's move with it. Let's move with it and get it done. It was all about communication. Let us move with it and get it done. And as I stated in here, let us follow up and follow through. Let us get it done. Let us follow up and follow through. But so it never happened.
So if you would answer,
follow up and follow through.
May I speak up, and would you not interrupt? I think you're trying to eat up my time. I really do. So here's,
No, I'm trying to answer your
all right.
questions.
Forgive me for
Now,
saying so, but it just appears that way. All right, now, so my question to you is this. Is it fair to say that when you told me, when I asked you about D3, and you said I didn't consider that, is it fair to say that you didn't consider the substance of any of the allegations made in D1 through 10, that you were simply going to take these back to your office, read these allegations or slanders, whatever you want to call them, and that you were going to then review them with Benson to see if you could facilitate communication? Is that fair to say?
it would be fair to say that when I looked at it, I took it back to my office and I made the decision that there needs to be a meeting with staffers, with Mr. Benson's staff, to improve communication.
So the first thing that you did was to set up a meeting with the four men and Benson to see if you could facilitate communication. Is that true?
That's not what he said, but I'll let him answer.
Let me just repeat what I said.
No. I want you to answer the question. And I haven't been asked that question before. Is it fair to say, let me finish my question before you speak. Is it fair to say that you were going to consider these and then decide about, and then get Benson in to meet with the four men who had made these statements so that you could facilitate some amicable civil conversation between these five people that were serving the city of Port Arthur's residents?
Sidebar, but go ahead and answer if you can.
Let me repeat myself. When I got the document from the staff, I took it and I read through it. And as I stated before, I made the conclusion myself that there are communication gaps within the department without singling any one of the issues, subjects, concerns raised therein. And I thought it was necessary for us to have a meeting in order to bridge the gaps of communication. And I felt that I could sit with Mr. Benson and his staff to facilitate that and just make very broad observation without delving into any one of those subjects and said, hey guys, because they were all guys, we need to do a better job at communicating.
If you would turn to page 3 of 5. And let's look, for example, let's look for background to paragraph F as in Frank. Refuses to take command role at emergency scenes. Chief Benson has never assumed a role at any emergency scene to date. Now, who told you that? Do you remember? Or was it just a document?
Just the document.
And then the document goes on to say, Chief Benson repeatedly tells command staff that he's more experienced, educated, and capable than staff, yet will not assume any role to assist in emergency operations, period. Any examples given to you of that by the four?
I don't recall whether it was one of the four, but the incident where it was stated to me by some member of staff that Mr. Benson has been asked to leave the fire scene. A scene of an emergency was one such incident because he was being much more disruptive than helpful on the scene.
So let's look at
I can't tell you that it was one of the 4 individuals because I was not keeping tabs on that. I was going back to improving communications and relationships among staff and the fire chief. That was my sole focus.
Then F goes on to read, this leads to command staff questioning the chief's actual abilities, having no confidence in the chief. Having no confidence in the chief. And and then it continues, and knowing that the chief is standing back and second guessing all decisions that are made. Period. Isn't that basically what a chief of fire departments, that's what they're supposed to do, is to second guess and to improve decision-making processes if it saves lives?
My understanding of the chief's role is to provide critical leadership, whatever it takes, to his command staff and to the entire staff of the fire department.
Now, then they give three subparagraphs. Number 1, 1201 Houston Avenue fire. Chief Benson arrived on scene, overreacted, and repeatedly told the battalion chief that he needed a safety officer. What is a safety officer?
I don't know.
And how did he overreact?
I don't know.
And then he goes on to say all firefighters on scene were occupied. The BC, meaning battalion chief, asked Chief Benson to be the safety officer, and Benson refused. Do you know why Benson declined to be safety officer? Well, you don't know what safety officer means, right?
No.
So do you know why Benson declined to be safety officer?
No.
Chief Benson continued to distract the battalion chief to the point that the battalion chief asked him to leave the scene. Do you know how the distraction of the battalion chief evidenced itself?
No.
And did Chief Benson leave the scene as his subordinate told him to do?
I don't know.
The second point says 4384 Howell Street fire. Chief Benson was the first on the scene, yet did not assume command or assist in any command role. Do you know why that was?
No.
Was that his responsibility to assume a command role simply because he was the first there before the battalion chief or the truck arrived?
I don't know.
Number 3, when on scene, Benson distracts the incident commander from managing the scene with trivial matters. At critical moments in an emergency scene, Chief Benson will distract the IC. Now, what is an IC?
I don't know. I don't recall.
By insisting the IC go back to his vehicle, and get the IC designated vest to wear. Wearing of the IC vest is a practice for large-scale events where multiple agencies are involved as the method of identifying the IC. Do you know if that was right or wrong, what Chief Benson was being criticized for?
No.
Number G, sets command staff and members up for failure. Says when Chief Benson is incapable of handling or avoiding a situation, he'll throw command staff and members into situations which are impossible to succeed in. By the way, are you familiar with the human resources term shifting responsibilities?
Yes.
Where people pass the buck to somebody else to keep from being. Did you ever conclude, or did you ever think that perhaps these 4 men were shifting fault to Chief Benson to justify their own misbehavior or justify their own deficiencies?
I had never come to that conclusion.
Why not?
Because again, Mr. Watts, as I stated, I was reading the document to improve communication with the department.
All right, thank you. Had you ever heard Benson say anything as critical of these 4 men as a group or individually as they were saying of him? Had he ever accused them of the deficiencies, being paranoid, etc., that they were accusing him of displaying? Had you ever heard that?
No.
There's an old, withdraw. Then the first item, number 1, under G, when reporters have called, he has sent them directly to stations for members to give an interview on topics totally unprepared. Did it surprise you that they were criticizing him for giving them the press and giving them the publicity and not trying to hog it all himself? Did it surprise you that they were upset with that?
I was never aware of that.
Well, I mean, that's what it says. Number 2, request reports to be given at staff meetings with no warning, then makes remarks as if command staff are not doing their job. Ask fire marshal for yearly fire calls report on Thursday with a deadline of Monday, knowing the fire marshal was working a series of 3 arson cases, no account for the weekend, or that the fire marshal was not going to be at work on the Monday. So what was Westmoreland doing on Monday? Was he fishing or on a vacation or over at the Golden Nugget? What was this all about? I mean, doesn't this sound ultimately petty? Doesn't this sound petty?
All right, so what is your question after all?
Doesn't this sound petty, Mr. City Manager? All these criticisms? Doesn't this sound petty, is my question.
To me, this sounds that, again, there is a lack of communication, which I'm trying to improve. If I am the city manager, I would absolutely know when my assistant city managers are out of the office. So to me, again, I'm not delving into this. I'm looking at this as there is a breach in communication. And I'm not going for the jugular or for the vein of anybody. I'm just saying, okay, that's how I'm reading it as a city manager. Holy Ghost, there is a breach in communication. I need to fix this.
Well, the reason I was asking, or one of the reasons I was asking is, by the way, there was an old movie called Cool Hand Luke, where a prison supervisor had Paul Newman hit in the head with a barrel or a butt of a gun, and said to Newman as he was laying on the ground, "What we have here is a failure of communication." So did it ever occur to you that these guys that had given you this prepared text of negative comments about Benson were really falsely accusing him behind his back to set him up so that he would lose his job, and not be able to prove that either they were grafting with Acadian or that they were covering up for someone else, or that they were themselves avoiding having to cough up thousands of dollars of unearned money that they were taking because they were being overpaid? Did it ever occur to you that they had other less noble, more nefarious reasons for doing what they were doing? Did it ever occur to you to be suspicious of their motive?
Let me go back again to this, Mr. Watts. My job as city manager is to, and was at this point, to improve communication between the department staff and my fire chief. My fire chief was an excellent public relations person. I needed a fire chief to take command of the fire department. Mr. Benson was an excellent individual of putting his ideas in the form of memos as to what we could do for the long term, which I welcome. I always told him so. I needed follow up and follow through on those. I needed action to make the difference in the fire department, and it begins with proper internal communication with his staff. At all times, I expected that. At all times, sir. And when I looked at this document, all I was looking for is a way to improve communication. Mr. Benson was an excellent communicator on the outside with the public. Let me state again, Mr. Benson did an abysmal job in commanding the fire department.
But the fire department, did it occur to you, the fire department, did it occur to you?
Let me finish.
Well, now wait a minute.
Rank and staff of his fire, rank and file of his staff. And all I was doing when I read through this document was looking for a way to improve the communication.
All right, so what did you do?
There was a communication gap.
What did you do to improve communication?
I first called a meeting on the 15th.
And so the meeting of the 15th was to improve communication by concluding that the 8 things that you'd made notes of about Benson, all adverse to Benson, had to be improved by Benson. Correct?
Correct.
Could we take a short break? I want to talk to my client. I want to try to figure out, Alex, how much am I going to, how much time are you going to give me after I use the 2 hours?
Larry, as I said, I think the committee would like to be done today. How much time do you need?
Well, whatever, I'm going to talk with my client and with Mr. Monk and find out what their thoughts are. But this is a fairly serious deal. You've pretty well destroyed the highly laudable career of a fire chief, both out of Illinois and who came down here to do a good thing for a city that was really in need, and out of Texas. So let me get back with you. I don't know. Let's have 5 minutes, no more than that, please. Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
We'll be
Thank
back
you,
at
ma'am.
3 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am. Hello?
Just 1 second, Mr. Watts. Our law department hasn't joined and we're waiting on one member.
Yes, ma'am.
We're ready.
All right, so I have a couple of more questions, and then let me ask you this, Mr. Burton. What role did Albert Thigpen play in the termination decision of my client, Mr. Mr. Benson? What role did he play?
I asked Albert Thigpen to prepare me a statement for, and it's part of, if you look at tab 7, this handwritten statement that was prepared for the severance agreement, that was written by Albert Thigpen. I asked him to prepare a statement for me because I was going to meet with Mr. Benson, to let him know that, we had failed, he had failed in communicating, and I needed to have a department running. I needed someone to take command of the fire department. And so he prepared that statement for me, which I read verbatim to Mr. Benson.
And so the exhibit that you've directed me to, Exhibit 7 or Tab 7, starts off with Chief Benson, thank you for coming.
Yes, I appreciate your service. And
Yes.
it continues. Yes, sir.
All right. And so did you approve of that statement?
That's why I read it. I did.
And you read this to Chief Benson?
As I indicated verbatim.
And so the statement says that you read, Chief Benson, thank you for coming. I appreciate your service. However, I'm not pleased with the direction and management of the fire department at this point. I have decided to move in a different direction and would like to offer you an opportunity to resign with a severance agreement that includes pay, $24,000. This would be in addition to any accrued vacation, sick, and comp time. I'm relieving you of your duties as fire chief. Please turn over all city property to Chief Duraso. We'll make arrangements for you to collect your personal property. I do wish you well in your next appointment. And so each of those words you approved, and you read all of them to Benson when he came into your office on the 25th?
No, it was on, let me see. I don't have a date on that here.
Well, you have April 25th, 2024.
Yes, April 25th. Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
So now the the direction that you had decided to move in, you said, I've decided to move in a different direction. What was the direction that you decided to move in?
I needed someone to provide the critical leadership for the department. I needed someone to attend to the entire command structure of the department. And I needed someone who was good at improving the communication throughout the fire department. And I was the one who hired Mr. Benson. I was the one who hired Mr. Benson I thought he was a good individual for the job. But at that point, I felt I was not getting what was required of the for the fire department to function as a fire department from the leader of the fire department. And I needed to act and act immediately on it in order to improve the communication and leadership of the fire department.
So the reasons that you didn't give any of those 4 reasons that you later wrote on May 28th, because you were hoping that you could offer him $24,000 and you wouldn't have to write any reasons, correct?
Well, I called in Mr. Benson and gave him enough time. I said, listen, you're under no pressure to do this. You could take it and you could come back and we could discuss it. That's when we had another open discussion. So it was under no pressure, you know. You don't have to sign this severance. You could take it and go digest it. You could talk to whoever you would like to about it. But when you're prepared, you could come back and sign it.
Well, so my focus.
And Mr. Benson agreed at this point, okay, I'll take it and, you know, I'll look at it and then I'll come back as well. And he did. He did come back and, you know, he stated to me that, listen, I've looked at this. His opening statements were, you know, in a very pleasant manner, jovial to some extent, I would say. You know, when his words were, when one door closes, another door opens, you know. And I would be happy to sign this, but I have some concerns about insurance and some other things. And would you be prepared to entertain X, Y, and Z? I can't tell you exactly. And it took me less than 10 minutes to go into my office. I asked excuse of those who were present to go into my office and consult with my assistant city managers. And, you know, we said, yes, absolutely. And he said, listen, it will not take me more than 24 hours to sign this and return it to you.
So I didn't understand that clearly. Tell me one more time, it's my fault. But you went into your office and you and Pam Langford and Albert Thigpen agreed that you would do what? And what was it you agreed to do?
So let me state that very clearly again. Let me attempt to. So Mr. Benson came back with this separation agreement, and he said, I've looked at it, and you know, I would like you to consider a few things. You know, he had some concerns about insurance and some other things, and you know, whether we were willing to take that into consideration. You know, Mr. Benson was still on the payroll. And so I said, when he made his request, I said, absolutely, just give me some time. Let me go and discuss it with the 2 other assistant city managers. It took us less than 10 minutes to come back and tell Mr. Benson, all your requests that you're making, I am going to grant it. And then he said, thank you so very much. You know, it's been a pleasure. And then I will get that back to you within 24 hours. And I think that was the last I heard from Mr. Benson.
So the reason that, so then he rejected the 24,000 and he rejected the severance agreement as you and your as you had decided to offer, and when that happened, then you told Black to draft you a letter to terminate him and to send that out on May 28th, correct?
That's not what was.
I'm sorry?
That's not what he said at all, Larry, but.
I'm asking a question. And let me repeat it so that I don't have it screwed up by Alex. You wrote you have the script that was written by Thigpen. You read the script, it's your testimony, you read the script to Benson. Benson then said that he would like to negotiate some points with you. He wanted to have more of this. He was worried about insurance and some other things that you've told us about. What else was he worried about, by the way? I might as well get that on before Alex gets a hold of it. What did Mr. Benson want that you agreed to do?
I think it was insurance, and I can't recall at this point, but whatever Mr. Benson was requesting of us, when he came back with this, I was in agreement, total agreement with him.
All right. And that included $24,000.
Which would have bumped it up to more than, I think it was $30-something thousand. You know, it would have bumped it up to 30-something more, 30-something plus $1,000.
All right.
Yeah.
And so then when he got back with you, he rejected the severance agreement.
Well, when he got back, go ahead.
No, that was my question.
Yeah. Well, when he got back with us, and then we told him that, listen, after I met with my staff, and I went back to the table with him, and, you know, I said, yes, we were prepared. I am prepared to grant you all your requests, Mr. Benson. And, you know, he said, that's great. You know, when one door closes, another door opens, you know. And, you know, I was of the opinion that he left, you know, very much satisfied with the deal, that he got whatever he asked for, you know. And then I think the attorney present at the time representing the law department said, you know, you've got to sign this and return this within a certain period of time, you know. And then we never heard from Mr. Benson. I guess we only heard from Mr. Benson when afterwards he decided to file a grievance, you know.
And so then that's when you authorized your city attorney to write you a letter to Benson, which is the May 28th, 2024 letter.
Yes.
And in that May 28th, 2024 letter, page 2, you state that the following: regretfully, pursuant to my authority under the City of Port Arthur Code of Ordinance Charter, you are hereby separated from employment with the City of Port Arthur effective May 28, 2024 at 12:00 p.m. end of day. In addition to the foregoing authority pursuant to Section 1789, authority to discipline, the following are grounds for your separation. Number 2, inefficient performance of duty. Now, do you have that letter before you, please?
Yes.
All right. So what are the reasons? What did you mean when you said inefficient performance of duty?
Mr. Watts, I was going according to the personnel policy and what was laid down in the personnel policy that the city attorney advised that we could have used.
What facts?
What's related to Mr. Benson's performance of duty?
So, but what facts did you have in mind to support your claim that he had been inefficient in the performance of his duties?
Again, let's go. I'm going back to poor communication and the lack of critical leadership. It all goes back to the lack of communication and critical leadership that the fire department needed.
No specific incidents, just an overall view that you had.
Absolutely.
So the next one is failure to respond to the orders of representatives of management or neglect of duty. So what orders of representatives of management did he fail to respond to?
Again, it goes back to communication and the need for critical leadership.
So
I needed the fire department to have that critical leadership that it needed. I needed for there to be effective communication throughout the rank and file of the fire department. And in my opinion, that was not forthcoming from Mr. Benson.
Nothing specific, just generally, like in your conclusions on the February 15th notes that you made.
Absolutely.
And the number 11 is the third one. It says discourtesy or offensive or abusive behavior, either through attitude, language, or actions to the public or to fellow co-workers while in the line of duty. Were there any specific events that you were referring to there, or was it again just sort of a general view that you had based that's reflected in your February 15th notes?
Again, it goes back to providing critical leadership and the lack of communication among the rank and brass of file of the fire department. I needed critical leadership for the fire department, and as far as I was concerned, that was not forthcoming from Mr. Benson.
And then it says number 16, but that's based, there was no specific incident. That was simply based upon your conclusions in your February 15th notes.
Larry, you keep calling them February 15th notes. As we've already established, those were not February 15 notes, but I'll just correct you this time. I know that was just a mistake on your part.
Well, those were the notes that he had on February 15th that
That's not the testimony. But
that were undated, and you said that I mean, I'm calling them that. What do you want to call them?
Just his notes.
All right, we'll call them his notes. You know what notes I'm talking about, right?
We're talking about tab 6.
Notes I'm talking about, correct? Okay, yes. So on the, there were no specific acts of discourtesy or offensive or abusive behavior through attitude. You were just referring to a general feeling.
You asking a question, Larry? I'm sorry. You froze up.
So, yeah, so regarding number 11, the third one, there were no, Mr. Burton, there were no specific acts of discourtesy or offensive or abusive behavior that you were referring to. It was simply the general feeling you had from your tab 6 notes.
There's been a lot more we've talked about, Larry, but I'll let him answer.
Well, thank you. I'm glad.
Again, Mr.
I'm
Watts.
sorry.
Can you hear me?
No, I didn't hear that.
Again, Mr. Watts, it goes back to the lack of communication and critical leadership that I needed from my fire chief. And I was not getting it.
And okay. But okay.
Again,
So,
I made the final decision. I made the decision to bring the fire chief here. And I made that decision because I needed critical leadership in a department that demands it. It's a very critical department, you know, and when I was not getting that critical leadership and lack of communication that compounded it, I had to make a decision.
And the critical leadership that you weren't getting was the result of what you'd been told by the four officers, Washburn and Haven and Holland, correct?
The critical leadership that I made a decision on was on the notes that I have compiled over a period of time with my discussions with Mr. Benson. As I indicated to you, Mr. Benson was great on paper with wonderful ideas, but there was no follow-up and follow-through with those ideas. He was a great writer on paper, great ideas, but he missed the mark of follow-up and follow-through with them. Great ideas.
Right,
I
so
don't need ideas to run a fire department. I need action. I need communication and solid action.
Looks like Larry's frozen, doesn't it, Brandon?
I would agree with that. Yes, sir.
Don't know what keeps happening. Hello?
We can hear you. I would have thought when you moved to West U, you would have gotten better internet service.
I don't.
Mr. Watts, you continue to freeze.
Brandon, he may want to sign off and sign back up. There he goes.
All right, can you see me?
We can hear you too.
Can you
Yes,
hear
sir.
me?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So what I'm trying to do is to ask you, Mr. Burton, there were no specific acts of discourtesy or offensive or abusive behavior that a future employer should be worried about, or anybody should be worried about, or should even think about. You didn't have that. All you had was you felt like there was no critical communication between the four men that were in your office and Chief Benson, right?
That's not what he said throughout this 4 hours of testimony, but I'll let you rephrase, or well, let him answer.
Again, Mr. Watts, let me reiterate if I wasn't clear. Given the paramilitary nature of the fire department, I needed critical leadership to run that department, and there needed to be clear lines of communication, both ways or 10 ways, to make sure that that department ran as it should at all times. I needed critical leadership and I needed effective communication. Those two things Mr. Benson did not provide. Mr. Benson is an excellent person. And he is a superbly excellent person, never hostile to me, very accommodating. We had great communication. Mr. Benson was just not the right leader for my fire department. He's an excellent man, I must say. He is.
So what I'm trying to get to is the fact that what you based your decision on is what you were told and not what you observed. You were simply going on what you were told.
I'm going to say it one more time, sir.
Listen to me very carefully.
Listen to me very carefully as well.
No. You listen to me because I'm trying to get a question across to you. And I don't want you to give me an answer to a question I didn't ask.
Okay, go ahead.
The question I'm asking is that at the end of the day, City Manager Burton. You got along with Chief Benson. He communicated with you. You had an opinion that he was an excellent leader, but the men in the department that were talking to you, the 4 men that came to your office on February the 6th, they had a contrary and different opinion, and they had this whole little bunch of these pages typed up and prepared, and you then felt like that you had to depend upon what they said, and consequently you did depend upon what they said, and you made a decision that there was a failure of critical communication. Is that true or is that not true?
That is not true, and that's not what I said.
All right. Go ahead.
He's answered your question.
No, that's the question. Ask it. I mean, you've got yourself in a sort of a box on this. So let me see how you get out of it.
That is not true, and that's not what I said.
All right. So tell me what is true.
Larry, the
No. Alex,
Stop.
let me stop it.
Don't interrupt me. I haven't interrupted you.
Let me stop it and stop interrupting and let me get an answer.
The committee has received this answer on 4 different occasions. All right. We're not going to have you just continually berate this witness to ask him the same question multiple times with the hope that you get a different answer. That's what you're doing.
He's not giving me an answer at all, Alex. And what you're doing is you're stiff arming, and I've never, all I want is an answer. Did you have any specific incidences of discourtesy or offensive or abusive behavior by Chief Benson? Did you? Did you not?
Records that we have provided you speak for
No.
themselves.
I'm not interested. Alex, stand down. I'm not
Can we
interested.
please-
in-
Can we
I'm not
please get
interested.
some,
I'm not
some
interested in the
order?
records. I'm interested in the testimony.
Well, the
So-
records are the evidence and it are.
No,
the
I'm interested in testimony. I have a right to testimony. I have a right to have questions answered. And I'm asking the question. And I haven't had an answer to the question. And the question is, I'm trying to get it very simply. I tried to give it to your client in a way that helps your client and helps me to understand, but he rejected it. You rejected it. That's your business. I don't know why you did it, but that's your business. So I'm now asking a question back to where we were. Hopefully I'll get an answer. And the answer is this. Did you have any specific evidence of discourtesy or offensive or abusive behavior by Greg Benson?
He's answered that question. I'm going to instruct him not to answer it again.
That's awfully dangerous. Are you sure you want to do that?
Yes, sir.
You may have bought yourself a place on the dance card.
Okay.
Are you going to answer the question, or are you going to not answer the question?
He's answered the question.
No, he hasn't.
Multiple times.
No, he hasn't. Are you going to answer the question, or are you not?
Anything further for this witness, Mr. Watts?
I have a right to have the witness respond.
And he has responded.
No, I have a right to have the witness respond, Alex. Are
Yes,
you
sir.
going-
And he
are
has
you going-
responded. He's responded on multiple occasions.
Are you going to respond to that simple question?
He has responded.
No, he hasn't. Alex, why don't you just be quiet and let me have the witness and have my due process question answered.
We've let you have this witness for 3.5 hours.
That has nothing to do with the question.
Do we get to say anything, or do we just get to sit here all day long and listen to this same rhetoric over and over and over again? I mean, I feel like I've been listening to the same questions all day long since 9 o'clock this morning. Like I just keep hearing the same thing over and over and over again. Do we get to say anything, or do we just have to just tolerate all of this all day long, just over continuously the same stuff over continuously? Because I've been hearing the same questions, the same answers all day long since 9 o'clock this morning. And if my role is just to sit here and go through this rhetoric that is leading to seems like nothing, then that's what I will do. But hey, I've said my piece.
I make a motion to disqualify the board member.
Please do.
No. She's been here the entire day and she said her piece. This is for the committee to be able to ask questions. And you've taken 3.5 hours with this witness. So are you done with him? I'm giving you the opportunity, Larry.
I have the question that I wanted to have answered. You're refusing to let him to answer it. I've asked him if he's going to follow your advice. I have a right to have that on the record. You refuse to allow me to have it. The panel member doesn't understand or hasn't distinguished between the different questions that have been asked, and the fault of the city manager in avoiding those, or your fault in not letting him answer. That's our problem. I'm now going to ask you.
I don't want you to speak on my behalf, because I can't speak on my behalf. And I feel like I've heard the answer to the questions that you've been asking. Perhaps they're not the answers that you want to hear, but as a person on this panel, I feel like I have heard the answers to the questions. So please don't speak. Please don't speak on my behalf, because you don't know me and you can't speak on my behalf. I've heard the questions. I've been listening to the questions since 9 o'clock this morning, and I feel like I've heard the same questions over and over again, and I feel like I've heard the answers to the questions over and over again. So please don't speak on my behalf.
Nobody's speaking on your behalf.
Yes, you did. You said I did not understand the questions and I did not understand the answers. And I'm telling you, I've heard the questions, I've understood the questions, and I've understood the answers. So do not speak on my behalf.
Okay, Ms. May, thank you. Thank you.
I still make my motion to disqualify. So the last question I have is, Mr. Burton, you said you fired him for conduct prejudicial to good order. What conduct are you talking about?
Mr. Watts, I have answered that question.
And when you answered it, what did you say? What conduct prejudicial to good order?
Mr. Watts, let me repeat one more time again. I made my decision to terminate Mr. Benson's service with the city because of lack of communication and the lack of providing critical leadership to a paramilitary command structure that required leadership, critical leadership, and proper communication. That was not forthcoming from Mr. Benson. And I had to make the decision to part ways with him then.
That's when.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Watts?
I do.
And who might that be?
Chief Durso.
Tramika, you might want to, doesn't the committee get the opportunity to ask questions if they have any?
They do. So if we want to do that at this time, we can open up the floor for the committee to ask questions of the grievant appellant.
Am I entitled to have my next witness?
At this time, we're going to open up the floor for the committee to ask questions of the grievant appellant.
So that the answer to my question is no.
As of right now, no. So are there any questions from the committee to the grievant appellant?
Or to the management, correct? this witness?
No.
Okay.
I do have a couple of questions just based on the documents that I have, if I may ask these questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I ask them directly of Mr. Benson?
When you begin your question, please state your name and what
Lynn
department
Boswell.
you are. Yes, ma'am.
Lynn
And
Boswell,
then-
Director, yes, Lynn Boswell, Director of Finance. For Mr. Benson, have you ever pointed or rattled your finger in front of a person because you were frustrated?
Try that again.
Can't
Have
hear
you, are you unable to hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't hear him.
Correct. Mr. Benson, have you ever pointed your finger or rattled your finger in frustration to an employee?
Negative. I have had that happen numerous times.
To you?
Yes.
Or
Robert Havens has done that numerous times. Paul Washburn, Richard Bowden, other members have done that numerous times to me with a lot of profane language.
I think her question was, have you done it to an employee? Correct?
he answered, yes,
Okay.
and he answered in the negative. And I am curious whether you believed that Nikki Thibodeau's testimony in grievance was incorrectly stated when it appears that that is exactly what you had done. So I would like to hear the answer to that.
Her testimony was incorrect.
Was her entire testimony incorrect in that you also did not kick the door open or was any way raising your voice at her?
Negative.
You never raised your voice at Miss Nikki Thibodeau.
Negative.
I'm sorry?
Negative. I always was polite with her, even when she was just the opposite with me.
Did you ever ask Miss Nikki Thibodeau to perform duties outside of her job as in her role in your office as the executive secretary?
Can you elaborate on what kind of duties you're talking about?
Did you ever ask her to fill in for dispatch position in her duties as the executive secretary?
I did ask her because part of that was she had told me that she had done that for X number of years and was a subject matter expert. And the dispatch coordinator and Chief Duraso were indicating that dispatch was very, very, very short. And so with Ms. Thibodeau saying that she's an expert, I said, would you be willing to assist? Because the dispatch is it is a critical component of the 911 response.
Is it not okay to say no to you?
And she could say no, that was fine, but she had indicated previously how much of an expert she was and how much experience she had. And the way that she brought some stuff up was very rude.
And you've never brought that up, or you have no documentations on her being rude, is that correct?
There is documentation. It was provided to, there was a memo that was sent to Ms. Williams at HR about Ms. Thibodeau some rude, disrespectful actions that occurred.
Have you ever been physical or slammed anything out of frustration where others could overhear?
What do you mean? Be more specific, please.
Have you ever hit the door, kicked a door, vented your frustration on equipment where it would be loud at any time out of frustration?
No. But I will tell you that the office door and the stairwell door at Central Station, they're metal and they are very, very loud. So even when you just try and close it like you should, it makes quite the sound.
You stated that you felt that it was a toxic environment for you. Can you elaborate on how long it's been toxic, and as leadership, what you have tried to do to alleviate that?
Well, the toxicity was between the good old boy network that included Robert Havens, Paul Washburn, Richard Bowden, and some other members. And they were on an annual daily basis working to undermine me. And I had numerous individuals on the department tell me that I should not trust them because they were doing things working to undermine me. So, and there was, in the documentation, there was examples of Robert Havens and Richard Bowden taking illegal actions in which I wanted to pursue, put documents together to HR to get some direction on things, which I never got any assistance from.
How did you react when you received a notice about the findings and conclusion of and recommendations for improvement in your department?
You have to be a little more specific on that. I'm not sure what you're saying.
So I am looking at, I believe it's tab 3. And in tab 3 is recommendations. And I was just curious about how you had reacted to that and what you had done when you received it.
Who provided that to me?
Can you get that, please?
I don't know who provided that. It said reviewing findings, allegation of hostile work environment. So this would be open, and then there are recommendations. And I'm just asking about that.
Okay, that was provided by the city. And it is a document that's 4 pages long, and it's by Nikki Thibodeau, and it says confidential. And first time that I believe that I don't want to testify for Benson. Ma'am, may I ask Benson a question or would you ask him when? Are you familiar with what she's asking about, Greg?
Negative. I've not seen that document.
All right. Can we scan that and send it to him? Ma'am, if you'll come back to that, I'm scanning it. I'm in Houston. He's in Illinois. I'm scanning it and I'll send it to him.
The next question that I have is, was it the comments? I'm just gonna go ahead and be forthright. Was it the comments by the mayor that precipitated your grievance? And that's the only question that I have on this one.
Which comments are you referring to?
When it was alleged that Mayor Barty made a false statement about your resignation / firing.
Well, in media, both the city manager and Mayor Barty stated that I was fired as a result of a vote of no confidence from the union. And that was defamatory and malicious, and consider that the union president actually came back and said, no, we did not do that. So they made a defamatory comment like that, which will have significant impact. And there still is a question of where did they get that information, because that was actually incorrect. So who gave them that information? Who told them that there was a vote of no confidence?
Would you have signed the agreement had nothing been said in the media?
There was a number of other things that popped up between the initial meeting and subsequent. And also, for clarity, the script that Mr. Burton said that he read, he did not read that. His initial comments were, you are terminated effective immediately.
Got it.
Here's your, here's this potential severance thing. But you need to, do this and that, and then you need to go over to the office right now with Chief Duraso and clear out all of your personal items today. So there was the script that he said that he read. He did not read that script. He said entirely separate thing.
Okay, thank you.
So ma'am, we have scanned it and sent it by email to Chief Benson.
I have a couple of questions, or should I wait until he has a chance to review that document?
Let's go ahead and ask her.
Okay.
Tamika, I suggest that we let her ask her questions.
Yes, I thought she heard you when you said that.
I did, but I was
Okay.
waiting for Chief Benson's attention to return before I asked the
Okay.
question.
Mr. Watts, just so you know, I did get that document.
Okay. Chief Benson, I have basically 3 questions. But with an A and B part to them. How important is trust between you and the staff of the fire department?
It's a critical function in all organizations that you have to have trust amongst everybody.
During your time at the fire department, do you feel like you were able to establish a significant level of trust between you and the staff?
Which staff? You talking about the command staff?
Yes.
You're talking about
I would say with the command staff, since the command staff is the leadership and everything dwindles down from them.
They, especially as I mentioned, Robert Havens, Richard Bowden, Paul Washburn, they on a regular basis were working to undermine me, and I actually found that they were untrustworthy. So I did try and have communications with them to build a better relationship, but the actions that they would take and the things that they would do were totally wrong. Both Robert Havens and Richard
So
Bowden.
I'm gonna take that as the answer to that question is that no, there was no significant amount of trust between you and the command staff.
It wasn't, just so you know, it was tried to be built, but they were not receptive to have that built because of differences between this is the way we've always done it versus this is the way we should be doing it because it's better and it meets best practices and standards.
Okay. And when it comes to communication between you and the command staff, would you say that you were able to establish a positive level of communication between you and them?
I worked very hard to, and I've done that kind of stuff in the past in other places. But they were actively not interested in developing a communication relationship. In other words, if you see somebody in the hallway, you're walking down the hallway, should you say hi to them? You wouldn't know how frequently, because where the office was right at the top of the stairs. Paul Washburn, Richard Bowden, they would come in those stairs. They'd see me at the desk. They would never even say hi. They would just walk right into Robert Haven's office or go wherever they were going.
Okay. And then my third question, and really my final question, do you feel like you were ever able to establish yourself as and again, leadership is not a title, but do you feel like you were able to ever establish yourself as the leader amongst that group of people?
Amongst the command staff?
Yes.
They were continuing to undermine things that I was doing, that I had identified that we needed to do. One very positive thing was for the design of the new fire stations. I created a working group and had them, both Robert Havens, Richard Bowden, a couple other captains were part of that group. And we worked together to actually come up with a proposed design. And I had to provide some very effective information from time to time to make sure, because they were wanting to go in a direction that I'll say was left, not best practices, like to the right. But worked very hard to develop that, that communication, and also brought up that the direction that the department needed to go needed to move out, needed to transform from that we've always done it this non-standard, non-professional way to transformation into a professional meeting standards level, because that has a tremendous impact on community members and their lives.
Are there any other questions from the committee?
I have one other question. Knowing what you know about that, because I'm not so much different coming into a new place. One of the first things I have been doing, though, is having a department meeting. How many times have you met with the department and command staff and actually voiced, hey, when I come in, I'd like for you to say hello, or this should be the normal standard practice, and actually have that memorialized?
Can you be more specific on your question, please?
Yes, you had given the example that you have command staff that when you come in, they don't say anything to you, they don't say hi or anything like that. So my question to you is, as the fire chief, how many department meetings did you have with your command staff in which you actually memorialize, hey, when people are coming in, or when I come in, or when you come in, let's make sure we say hi to each other, or at least acknowledge each other? Had that been communicated to them formally and also memorialized?
We had at least once a month command staff meetings. The last, towards the end of 23 and 2024, the beginning of that, they started to get canceled by Paul Washburn because he was the one that had created the scheduling and the calendar. But we'd have, and then for other meetings, we'd have regular meetings too. And for the command staff meeting, I would put together an agenda that we needed to discuss, and that would be shared with them. And I would also ask them at each of these meetings, so what do we need to talk about? Because maybe there's some things that I wasn't made aware of. So it wasn't unusual from time to time on a regular basis for safety and operational items to be brought up that weren't being addressed.
So I'm hearing that you say, no, you did not actually address greetings in the morning or saying hello or anything like that memorialized in your agenda or in the meetings that you've had with them, like directly just saying. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, ma'am, just so you know, just so you know, to actually have to tell some people to do that, that's not the best thing. When somebody else does it, they should be picking up on it, but if they're thinking in a different direction, they're not going to do it.
As I've been told throughout my years, never shoot on anybody. Just go for it direct.
Well, I would offer a little bit different perspective on that. How do you
Understood. Thank you.
Does anyone else on the committee have any questions? If not, we'll move to the committee asking questions of management. Does anyone have a question for management? So, okay, Mr. Watts, is Chief Durso available?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me check.
Okay.
Yep. Can we release Mr. Burton?
Or yes.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Durso available?
We're going to find out. We're going to find out.
He
Would
should
you
be,
like
Mr.
to ask? Would you like to go ahead, Mr. Stelly, and ask Chief Benson questions?
He stepped out to get Mr. Durso, to get Chief Durso for you.
Well, let me ask well. Ms. Williams, if you can get Mr. Stelly back in so that we can go ahead and go through this witness. And then if Durso shows up, we can call him next. I sure would appreciate it. Save time.
Which witness are you speaking of, Mr. Watts? I thought you were calling Chief Durso, who is.
Well, I am going to, but I have,
Okay.
I have my client who's, he's available. You asked me if he's available. He is available. And
Who is it?
I'm ready to ask him a question.
I'm sorry, who is your witness again? I couldn't understand you.
My client, Chief Benson,
Oh,
and
okay.
then Durso.
Yeah, that's fine while we wait. It's being transcribed and recorded. Yes, sir.
All right, well, we'll just do it at this point.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes, sir, whenever you are.
State your name, please.
Timothy Durso.
And
Duriso.
And you are Chief of Police,
Yes, sir.
and that's for the city of Port Arthur.
Yes, sir.
And who is your direct supervisor?
Ron Burton. Burton.
How long have you been chief?
A little bit over 5 years, I want to say. I'm not sure. Somewhere around there.
So have you ever had a criminal complaint filed with you by Wayne Dolcifino?
When you said criminal complaint, what do you mean?
Has anyone ever complained? I'll just broaden it out. Has anyone ever complained that there's been a violation of the Texas Penal Code by Acadian Emergency Services?
I have documentation from the investigator that says that there was a violation, tampering with government. It's actually titled Tampering with Government Record. Yes, sir.
And when was that complaint filed?
It shows on his paperwork January 30th. I'm not sure when I got it, but on his paperwork, it shows January 30th of 2024.
And does it show who filed it?
It was sent to the district attorney's office from the investigator Dolcifino to Keith Giblin and myself.
And did you undertake to investigate the charges?
I looked at what he was alleging based on the allegation itself, but there wasn't actually an official charge filed because he wouldn't be the complainant. He has no standing in the this issue. This was just information provided.
And I understand.
But yes, I looked into it. Yes, I looked into it.
I understand that you and Mr. Dolcifino had a conversation, a discussion about whether he had legal standing or not. And it was his position that he did have legal standing under the law. And is that correct?
Yes, sir. That was his position. But I contacted the DA's office, and the DA's office had a different position. But we still continue to look into the complaint.
All right. And so the complaint was that there had been an improper alteration of government records by Acadian when they recorded inaccurate response times under their contract with the city on helping citizens or persons in the city in distress, correct?
There was a complaint about times, but all the other stuff that you're talking about, I don't remember seeing that in the complaint. But there were complaints about response times.
All right. So what were the other complaints?
The response times were complaints.
All right.
The response times weren't accurate.
So was there any complaint, any part of the complaint that dealt with the fact that there were members of the city, the members of the fire department that may have been allowing that to happen. The improper entry of response times.
No, sir, I don't recall that portion of it. No, sir.
So did you later call and ask Robert Havens if when he was acting as fire chief after my client's removal, if he would authorize the participate in the investigation?
No, sir. I sent an email to a former Chief Benson requesting certified documents. Then when he was removed, I sent an email to Robert Havens, the interim fire chief, requesting the same thing that I requested from former Chief Benson.
And so what was Havens' response?
It's a fairly lengthy response, but it says, would you like me to read it?
Yes, sir, please.
It says, Chief Durso, I am not familiar with the draft document that Dr. Thigpen forwarded on 5/3/24. I was not involved in Benson's exploration of Acadian's response times. He cut me out of the information loop well before these issues surfaced. I checked my email and I did not receive any documentation from Benson or Acadian concerning response time for the dates identified in the draft report. Then it goes on to say, the whole tampering with government record or submitting false government documents is problematic for a couple of reasons. Any and all documents or data that was submitted by Acadian were their private company's work product and not a work product of the city of Port Arthur or any other governmental entity. There was no official document form or data format ever produced or specified by the city of Port Arthur or the fire department in an agreement, contract, or ordinance. Then it goes on to say the only thing in the ordinance related to this issue is that company will produce response times to the fire department monthly. The ordinance also identifies maximum for call processing time, en route time, travel time, and response time. Then it goes, FYI, call processing time, en route time, travel time equals response time. And it says how a private company captures and reports this data is outside of our control. The only way we could control this reporting process if we dispatch EMS units and track them in our CAD system. Under our current arrangement, this is not possible. As far as continuing to pursue this complaint, I was not involved in the initial complaint, nor was I involved in the investigation process. I think this issue is moot due to the fact that Acadian is no longer operating or pursuing permitting to operate in the city of Port Arthur. From Robert Havens on July the 31st of 2024 at 4:37 p.m.
Now, during the process of your investigation, you no doubt had the contract between Acadian and the city of Port Arthur available to you.
I'm sorry, sir, what'd you say?
You had the contract between Acadian and the city of Port Arthur available to you.
I don't have it here. I don't have it here.
No, I understand, but it was available to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so it was required by that contract that Acadian make calls respond within 8 minutes of a call for distress, correct?
That is the recommended time, yes, sir. And that was governed by the fire department, not the police department.
And there was ample evidence that made available, including the death of at least one of your citizens, that Acadian had not reported accurate time, report time, response time, in accordance with the contract. Correct?
Repeat that?
Yeah, Acadian was fudging, weren't they? They weren't being honest on some of the records on the response time, correct?
Hold on, let me turn my phone off.
So let me, go ahead.
Can I answer that question?
Yes, you may.
Are you speaking about the incident on Green Avenue?
All right.
Are you speaking about that incident on Green Avenue?
And I'm saying yes.
Okay. Acadian wasn't there in a timely manner. They were not. They were not.
Did someone die?
Yes, if it's 1924, I think so. Yes, sir.
And so under the contract and under the policies of the city, was it Mr. Haven's responsibility to review response times from the records in a reasonable and regular fashion?
Are you talking about the time of the incident on Green Avenue or in general?
Well,
Because
all response times.
Green Avenue was Chief Benson, who was in place, and then Havens took over after that point. So I would say both parties.
All right. And so, but and I'm interested in that. But before Benson got here, Havens had that responsibility, did he not?
It was Fire Chief Richards. I'm not sure if he was acting during that time or not. If he was, then yes, it was Havens. If he were acting.
And under Richards, Havens was the assistant chief, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Havens had the responsibility under Richards of reviewing and considering the compliance with the contract of Acadian on making its 8-minute response time, right?
No, sir, I can't accurately say that because I think the ordinance reads something like the fire chief or designee, and I'm not sure if he were the designee at the time or if it was actually the fire chief. So I'm not sure.
So was there any question that was also raised about favors being supplied by Acadian to employees of the Port Arthur Fire Department, such as hunting camps, deer leases, so forth?
Repeat that again.
Yes. Was there any reference in the complaint, or that was uncovered by any investigation that was conducted by Mr. Dolcifino or suggested to you that reflected that employees of Port Arthur, the city of Port Arthur, were receiving benefits or favors, maybe hunting camps, deer lease access by Acadian?
No, sir, but I did see a video that was online that suggested that it was, I want to say 2 investigators, or investigator, cameraman, and Chief Benson were talking about it. And if my recollection is right, Chief Benson was alleging that maybe somebody was taking or getting paid by Acadian. But he didn't say for sure if they were or not. I think it was just an allegation or his thought process. I never really thought that he was saying it was actually true, but it was an allegation because I watched the video. Because my concern with watching that video was when Chief Benson left the room, recording was still in progress.
So then, so that you had an active, and at one point in time, you had an active investigation into the subject, which in reasonable police probability, would have inquired into whether or not it was a pay-for-play type of situation, correct?
You talking about through the investigation?
Yes. If you had gone forward with that, you would, if it had not been declared moot by Robert Havens, in reasonable police probability, you would have made a determination or attempted to make a determination of whether there had been bribery or what we call pay for play, right?
Wait, that mistakes the testimony and the questions that have been asked, but okay. Go ahead if you can answer it.
So I probably would have glossed over it, but it seemed to me like it was some innuendos. So if anything, I would have glossed over it. I wouldn't have put that much time into it because the way it appeared to me after watching the video, I think it was on Facebook or somebody sent it to me on phone. I don't know what it was. He wasn't sure. I think it was something, or I perceived it as something that he heard, maybe from multiple people or from somebody else that was occurring in the past. So I think I can't really speak for him, so I'm not going to do that. But I can tell you what my thought process if you want me to.
So did you have a working relationship with Chief Benson?
Yes, sir.
Was it a good working relationship?
I thought he was a good guy. I still think he's a good guy. Yes.
And did he have a good reputation for truthfulness and honesty in the workplace while dealing with you?
He did a few things that were questionable, but it wasn't anything that I thought was untruthful. I think, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I have no reason to doubt him.
So is your answer yes or no?
I answered both.
Okay.
No, because of certain situations, and yes. So.
And so what was it that that caused you to stop the investigation?
Which you talked about two, Larry. Which investigation?
Into Acadian.
You talked about two different things in Acadian, so I want to make sure we're clear so that.
So did you have? Thank you, Alex. So Chief, did you ever complete an investigation into Acadian altering or being involved in the alteration of governmental records?
As far as I could complete it without a complaint, yes, sir.
You did complete?
As far as I could go without a complainant, I completed it to that point. And then after there was no complainant, I stopped the investigation as in my email here. If you like me to read my email. You like me to read my email?
And that was after you received the letter from Robert Havens saying that the response time records belong to Acadian and not to the city of Port Arthur.
No, sir. After he said we weren't pursuing it.
After he said, so after Havens said what now?
That we're not going to pursue it. He said, it says that I asked him a question. I said, does this response mean you're not pursuing this issue for various reasons you've mentioned, which is what I talked about earlier? If so, I'll forward the final disposition to the CM. Thanks, TD. CM meaning the city manager. And his response was, forward the final disposition.
So
they govern ambulance service. I don't.
Say that again, sir. I'm sorry.
The fire department governs ambulance services. I don't. And the fire department would be the victim in this situation, not anyone without standing. If you don't have standing, you can't file this complaint.
And so that if the fire department under Havens was not going to pursue it, there was no complainant. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Is that your question?
And that's why you ended the investigation.
That's why the investigation stopped. Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
I'm going to be asking, all right, so Matt, yes. May I please? Yes, go ahead, please, sir. I'm going to ask you some questions. Go ahead.
I'd like to clarify, if you don't mind, Chief Duraso was reading that email that Havens sent him, and he said he was cut out of the data review, and that's not the case. He was made aware of it, and also the EMS data is also captured in Port Arthur's dispatch system as well, and the dispatch coordinator, John Bolden, he was part of the review of different things as well.
All right, you're freezing up now, Chief.
No, sir, I'm not. That was a statement. I'm waiting on a question.
No, he's talking about Chief Benson.
Oh,
Chief Benson, you're frozen.
Chief, can you hear me? May I call him on the phone, please, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I don't know what happened, but all of a
You're
sudden.
frozen.
Dropped off.
You're
No,
frozen.
I know, but it
We'll try to reset it.
yeah, I'm gonna have to.
All right, you're off now.
It all of a sudden just shut down.
Yeah.
So,
All right, try to set it up again, and you're off now. All right.
I'm gonna have to give it a shot. It's
All right.
not, yeah, it's not
Because
working.
I have some questions I want to ask you, but go ahead.
Yep.
And
yep.
the chief is waiting for a question from you.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
I mean, I don't know what happened here.
So, Madam Chairwoman, he's apparently going to try to get it functioning and get back in.
Yes, sir. I heard him. Thank you. I do want to remind everyone that it is 4:25 and I do not plan to keep the panel any longer than 5 o'clock. So we need to figure out how we're going to conclude this.
By getting the last witness I'll have will be Chief Benson.
Yes, sir.
I'm hopeful that.
Are you done with the chief, Larry?
No, are you done with Chief? Are you done with Chief Duraso?
But
I think Chief Benson had a question.
He was waiting for a question from Chief Benson.
Right.
And if there is no question from Chief Benson, my suggestion would be Chief Duraso can go back to work.
thank you, sir.
There we go. All right, Greg, glad to have you back. If you have a question, Chief Duraso is waiting for it regarding what you were talking about before you froze. And then when you get through, I passed him and then I'm going to put you on, and we've only got about 25 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. It just all of a sudden it just
All right.
left. So yeah, I just wanted to point out though that what Robert Haven said was incorrect. That the EMS response time stuff is in the Port Arthur CAD system. I did bring up the potential
Wait a minute
for a
now.
formal
Do you have
investigation.
okay, hold on that, Greg. Do you have a
Yep.
question for Chief Durso?
I was curious if he was aware of the interaction or the review that the dispatch coordinator was assisting with on a monthly basis.
All right. Did you hear that, Chief Durso?
Yes, sir. That's a generic question. I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Well, Chief, I was just curious if you were aware that on a monthly basis, I was getting together with John Boland, and he looked at the data and then was giving me some of the data sheets.
Yeah, yes, sir. I was aware of that because all documents that are sent out, I require a document release form with every document that's sent out for tracking purposes. So I was aware, but as far as the content of the conversations, I was not aware.
Okay. Well, at least I just want to confirm that you were aware of the monthly, because sometimes we would get together in Coordinator Boland's area, in your office area. Sometimes he'd come over to the fire department side of the station. So,
all right.
That's true.
So-
That's true.
All right.
That's true.
Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate your time this afternoon.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ms. Watts. Good luck.
Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
All right, we call as our next witness and our last witness, Chief Benson.
Yes, sir.
All right, may I continue, please, ma'am?
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Chief Benson, when you arrived and took your job in 2021 as fire chief for the city of Port Arthur, at some point in time, did you make inquiry of anyone in the city administration of what your responsibilities were in terms of performing performance evaluations of subordinates or command staff?
Did have conversations with the city manager about some of that. And also I asked about, I asked HR about the, when should I be doing, employee evaluations on an annual basis? When should that happen? Things like that. So I didn't get any response back from HR folks on that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't get any response back from HR folks on that.
Did you ever ask if you were to evaluate the performance of Havens and Mark?
Yes, I did. I asked the city manager that in one of our early conversations, and he indicated I should. But he also wanted to make sure that we followed the organizational chain. So because Washburn reported to Havens, deputy chiefs report to Havens, he's the one that should initiate that. And then the intent was, once he'd gone through that, then he and I would sit down and review what he had indicated and make adjustments as needed and communicate with the individuals.
So did you ever evaluate Havens or Washburn?
No, I was never given the information that I was supposed to have from HR to do that.
So now, did you at some point in time discover how the pay level, what pay step Havens and Washburn were being paid by the city of Port Arthur? Did you figure out how much they were being paid, or according to what pay grade they were being paid or compensated?
Yes, the process to go through for the payroll stuff happens every 2 weeks, and the department head has to go in and approve each individual thing. And so when I was going through it, I would see that because it would list the person's name and then their rank or title, if you will. And I saw that under Robert Havens, it said interim fire chief. I'd get down to Washburn, it would say interim deputy chief. And each time I started to ask members over at HR, well, if I would call them and email from time to time to say, why is this like this? And then I learned from the finance director, the previous finance director, that she gave me a number that they were each being paid for out of grade. And then it continued on for months and months. And at some point I brought that up to the former city attorney because of the amount of money that was being spent on that. And she mentioned that was, wrong, and that HR needed to
You
address
cut
that.
out. You cut out. What did Val Tisno tell you?
She said that it was wrong, that HR should be addressing it, and that the city should work to get the money back because they were paid inappropriately. And she said, really, they knew that they were still getting that money because they saw that their paycheck didn't change any. So they recognized that. But her thing was, she actually said that is technically, she said that should be considered theft, and the city should work to get reimbursement from them for that money that was provided inappropriately.
Tisno.
Yes.
Did you hear my question?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. So when did you have that conversation with City Attorney Tisno?
I had that it was either January or February of 2022, because I'd been there for 6 or 7 months at that point.
When did you discover or learn that there was an issue about response time and Acadian?
Well, when I was initially, I did not have access to the Acadian data. That was still going to Robert Havens. And later on in this, it turned out, I believe it was in the summertime of 2022. I recognized that because we were working on updating the ordinance, proposing to bring an update to the council for approval, and I recognized that this needed to be looked at on a regular basis. I didn't have that data, so then I got with the Acadian person, and then she was able to give me access to they did it by Google folder, and they would enter it every month, and then you get an email saying it's entered in there. You could go in there and look at it. So then I started looking at it, and it was also brought up by department members that there was some longer response times by Acadian. And so one of the things brought up to the medical group was, well, all right, guys, we got to start capturing this information if that's the case and taking a look at this. So they were they communicated out to the department that if there was any kind of long-term response time or a problem on the scene, that the company there, the fire department group there, was supposed to email the medical group for them to look at it, and then they were going to forward it on to us to look at it. And they started to see then that there was issues with response times, and that continued to grow more and more. Prior to that, there was no communication encouraged from the previous interim fire chief with the organization.
So now I wanted to ask some questions. One of the panel members was asking you about Ms. Thibodeau, I think is her name. And
Yes.
so who was Ms. Thibodeau in the organizational structure of the command staff?
She was the executive secretary for the fire marshal's office. So she reported to the fire marshal.
Now, I was looking at some of the memos and letters of the fire marshal, and he seemed extremely overly, or at least very sensitive to Ms. Thibodeau's interest. Were they very close in operating in the office from what you could observe?
Yes, they were. And Ms. Thibodeau had submitted I think it was called a PDQ, to have her position reclassified, because she actually said she wanted a $10,000 raise. And this can be verified by HR at some point, but I was told that this was before I got there, that interim Fire Chief Havens and interim Deputy Chief Washburn were advocating that she did get a reclassification for her position. And the fire marshal, when I started, he brought it up and she brought it up. We started, but I asked some questions about, well, tell me what, part of this PDQ thing is she's got to fill this stuff out. And then I would start asking questions about, okay, tell me what has she done here? Can you show me some documents? Because in some of her stuff, it said that she did X or Y. Can you show me some of these documents? And I also looked at the job description for the fire marshal. He was actually doing some of his actual work that was assigned to him as well. So they were very tight in their relationship.
So now you offended her according to the statement and the as indicated by the question of one of the panel members, when the issue of her filling in on a short-term basis for a underserved dispatch crew came up. Could you explain what that's all about, please?
Yes, sir. Well, again, dispatch, she had always told me about how she had initially, I think, started the city with dispatch. How she was such an expert at doing it and so much experience. And at the same time, at roughly that same time, the dispatch coordinator, the number of people there was into the really, really low numbers. And so he asked me, the dispatch coordinator, John Boland, he said, hey, I know that Ms. Thibodeau used to be a dispatcher. Would she be willing to come over and work to assist us? Because sometimes at night they only had one person, things like that. So, I asked her about that, and her response was very rude and negative towards that. And I brought up to her, well, Ms. Thibodeau, you told me how much of an expert you were and how much experience you had. And here we need this, because if people don't, when they make that 911 call, if there's a gap or they don't answer, guess what's going to happen? It likely ain't going to be good. So, but she did not want to, and John Bolin asked her too, and she also told him, no, I don't want to. I think that's documented as well.
And so, did Washburn support her position that she didn't have to?
So you're asking him to
Yes,
speculate somebody else did?
No, I'm asking him to read the documents or to read the documents that you sent us.
Well, no, that's not what you asked.
What are you fussing about and interrupting my examination about?
And I do want to remind you all that it is 4:42.
Thank you very much. So who supported Ms. Thibodeau in not having to do the fill-in?
Fire Marshal Washburn, he was a very strong advocate. No, she can't do that. She shouldn't do that. And during that conversation, he used some profane language to me in advocating for that.
So now let me move forward a little bit. Did you know Wayne Dolcifino before he contacted you?
No.
So how did that come about?
One day I just got a call from this guy he says, hey, my name is Wayne Dolcifino, here's my background, so on and so forth. And he started asking some questions. I didn't know who he was.
But there were questions about the business of the city, which is open and in the words of the city manager, transparency ensures that the public has the right to know. So what did you do? Did you answer him?
Yes, I did.
And so what were his questions about?
Well, he was asking about response times for the ambulance. And because there were and I don't remember the dates exactly, but there were citizens that came to some council meetings and were speakers, and they talked about they had family issues because of a long response time. And I had a chance to speak with some of them after they did their little presentation and got some information on that, and did some review on that as well. So it started to, we were able to identify some using data analysis to review things.
And when did you first find out that, would you hold on just a minute? Would you let Friday out? Thank you. So when did you first find out that you were not pleasing the city manager?
Well, it was very obvious in the November, December of 23 timeframe. The vibe that he provided me changed dramatically. There was times when he would speak to me about certain things. An example would be in March, we had a virtual meeting with City Ambulance. It included Chief Duraso, the public health director, the mayor, the city manager, regarding tuberculosis. And because they were very upset about reading some of this stuff. After that meeting, the city manager, I'll say prejudicially, threatened me by saying, if you don't follow the chain of command, I will fire you. And the way he did that with both voice, tone, and body language, where he was right in front of me and he turned around and was, speaking like that. So that started to happen on a regular basis, but I could tell the vibe had changed when some of the ambulance stuff was being brought up. And he was also not very open to saying, oh, we need to be transparent about this and we need to hold them accountable. Also, so you know, I had been providing him with monthly reports from the Port Arthur PAFD activity reports. And he never shared those with, I provided them to him, to Ms. Langford and Dr. Thigpen every month. But he never shared them with the council, nor did he ask the PIO to put it on the city's website. So he was not wanting to share information on that, not taking action, I should say.
So here we are. So when did you learn about the cooperation between your command staff? And when I say your command staff, we're talking about basically 2 people, and maybe if you include some of the battalion commanders. Is that correct? You're talking about Havens, Washburn, and then you're talking about Bolden, and then who else?
You had Deputy Chief Havens, you had Fire Marshal Washburn, Battalion Chief Bowden, the Fleet and Facilities person. Then there was Battalion Chief Patrick Murphy, who was a shift person, Battalion Chief Jay Fountain, who was a shift person, Battalion Chief Jeremy Holland, who was a shift person, and then Battalion Chief Mercer Nasur, who was a training officer. So technically, those were the command staff.
When did you find out that that they were going to the city manager behind your back to?
A couple of the beat shift battalion chiefs, they told me that, and they showed me that they had gotten a meeting notice, and they were asking, well, what's this about? I said, well, I don't know. You tell me what you think. Their thing was that, and I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus on that, but their comments were that Havens, Washburn, and Bowden were working to let the city manager know they were going to tell him false information about what I was doing, because they actually said, hey, you can start counting the clock down because they want you out of here. They're working to get you out of here.
And so the documents are there, and you you had a failure in communication, critical communication. Did you have a failure in critical communication with the employees of the fire department, or with Havens, Washburn, and Bolden, and Ms. Thibodeau?
No. I stopped at stations every day, even Saturdays and Sundays, to talk to the different crews. And every day during, the 40-hour week when Havens and were there, I would work to communicate with them, but a lot of time it was their responses were very rude and aggressive. And again, they used profane language against me. So it was very clear. I tried to enhance the communication relationship, but that wasn't happening. They did not want to, they were not open to that.
So did you ever shake your finger in the face of Ms. Thibodeau?
Not that I ever recall.
She says you did. She says you also yelled at her. Did you do that? Or raised your voice?
I'm sorry?
Or raised your voice?
No, I don't believe I raised my voice.
Thank you very much, Chief. No further questions. He's open to anybody on the panel and Mr.
Yeah.
Stelly.
Can I ask a few questions, Ms. Williams?
Yes, sir.
So, Chief, you would agree that the city manager, you reported to the city manager, and he was the sole person who had authority to terminate your employment, correct?
Objection.
Did you hear my question?
No, you want to know the name? You want to know the nature of my objection?
No, sir. I want to answer my question.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear me, Mr. Benson?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your entire question. I wasn't sure if it was to me or to Ms. Williams.
Sure. I'm going to ask you some questions. And that my first question is it was your understanding that you reported to the city manager directly, correct?
Question, objection.
And it was your understanding that it was the city manager and solely the city manager who had the authority to hire you, correct? Because he did. Correct?
Did you say hire or fire?
Hire.
I was told that council had to agree to it as well.
Okay. Have you seen any documents where council agreed to it?
No, but I was told during the initial process, I was told that the council had to approve the hiring too.
Who were you told that by?
I was told that by Mr. Burton.
Okay. Would you agree that Mr. Burton had the authority to fire you under the city ordinances? Since he was the one you reported to.
That's a question for HR, sir.
Okay. It was your understanding that he had the authority to fire you?
That was not my understanding.
Who was your understanding had the authority to fire you?
My understanding from his initial comment was that if he wanted to take action to hire me, he had to get approval from the council. That he wanted to take action to fire me, that he would need to get approval from the council.
Okay, now you haven't made that as part of any grievance that you filed here. Is that correct?
Objection.
Is that correct, Mr. Benson?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Sure, you have not made a part of your grievance in any way that Mr. Burton didn't have authority to hire you or fire you, have you?
The grievance contained specific items that the city manager, if he was going to fire you, he had to provide a list of specific list of examples, and he did not do that on the 25th when he told me that I was terminated effective immediately.
And I appreciate that that's your argument, but if you listen to my question was very simple. Have you produced any document or made any writing to the city where you've objected to the fact that Mr. Burton was not authorized to fire you?
No, sir, I did not. I
Okay.
put down because I wasn't 100% sure of some of this initially. So I referenced in there the section of the personnel policy.
Now, on April 11th, 2024, you were the fire chief, correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Havens, the deputy chief, reported to you, correct?
yes.
Who told you that you shouldn't trust Haven or Washburn?
Numerous members, and
Who are
actually,
they? Tell me names.
I'm not going to give you names, sir, because people said stuff confidentially.
Okay, so you're not going to give us any names as to who told you that, right?
Correct.
All
I
right.
was also, so you know, I was also when I attended a
Mr.
Texas
Benson,
Fire Chief Conference, numerous
listen,
people.
I appreciate that you got comments and your lawyer can ask you questions, but I've got a limited amount of time to try to get this done. So if we
By
can
the way, Alex, if we get into a judicial situation, we'll provide the names in camera and let you deal with the court.
have you made application for employment anywhere where you've been refused employment because of things that have occurred here at Port Arthur?
I'm sorry, can you try that again?
Sure. Have you made application of employment since May 28, 2024? Have you made, let's start with that. Have you made any applications of employment?
Why is that relative to this?
Well, it's a question I'm asking. Have you?
I would question for Mr. Watts if that's something that should be answered or not, because it does not seem to be relative to how I was treated by the city.
Mr. Benson, Mr. Watts, in my opinion, has asked a lot of irrelevant questions, and our witnesses have answered. All I'm simply asking is, have you made applications since you left the city of Port Arthur on May 28, 2024?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer the question.
Well, Larry, he made the comment that things that have occurred here at the city of Port Arthur would affect his ability to obtain employment. And if that's the case, then I think we are entitled to know in this hearing whether or not he's made an application for employment.
Would you do me a favor and stop yelling? I'll withdraw the instruction. He can answer the question if he wants to. However, realize that could be further damage to his career, and I understand that. Go ahead.
Have you made applications since May 28, 2024?
Yes.
Where?
That I'm going to give him instruction not to answer the question.
How many times?
So next question.
How many times?
Twice.
Okay. Now, you talked about Mr. Haven was supposed to evaluate the people below him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he do so?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Did he do so?
No.
Did you write him up for it, not doing it?
I asked HR about that, and I was told, no, don't do that. He's got too much else to do.
Who were you told that by?
Person in HR.
Who was that?
She no longer is there.
Who was it then?
I don't recall her name, but I know she's no longer there.
Ms. Williams, Dr. Thigpen, and or anyone else in management of HR didn't tell you that you shouldn't write Mr. Havens up for not conducting evaluations that you believe you should be conducting, correct?
No, I had conversations with Miss Williams about that stuff too.
Well, I didn't ask about stuff. I'm asking about a particular item.
Well, I had conversations with her about the evaluation process that was not happening as well.
All right. And did she tell you not to write up Chief Havens?
Her response was, let me review it and I'll get back to you.
Did you ever write up Chief Havens for not conducting evaluations?
Negative.
All right.
I never was given any direction from HR on that.
Did you ever talk to the city manager about Mr. Havens not evaluating people below him?
That was brought up in a conversation.
But it brought up in a conversation and something that you went to talk to him about and made a point of. Is that something you went and made a point of to the city manager that wasn't happening in the fire department?
Well, I had many questions for him about how the department was operating, because again, a lot of things weren't.
Don't interrupt him. Alex,
sorry.
that's rude. That's
I
rude.
do need to point out the time, and we've lost one of our committee members, so I don't know how to proceed with, I mean, are we doing closing argument? We don't have everybody on the committee.
Saunders
We
is
lost
gone.
somebody. Mr. Saunders, yes.
Can we try to get him back, please?
I'm back. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Adam.
Did you ever talk to to the city manager about failures to have write-ups?
Yes,
When?
that was done in the fall of 2021, and also brought it up in the summer of 2022.
Any other times?
No,
All right, the pay levels, when you said that Havens and Washburn were being paid out of grade, you approved payroll, correct?
yes,
Did you ever talk to the city manager about the out of grade pay?
I brought it up. Yes,
When?
that was in the early part of 2022. He was made aware.
Is that the only time you brought it up, was in the early part of 2022?
Yes,
Who was the
Again,
finance
he had-
director? Who was the finance director that you talked to?
that was the previous finance director.
Do you
Ms.
remember
Daniels.
Miss Daniels?
Yes,
Okay. Now, Acadian contract ended May 2nd, correct?
yes. Oh, no, was
Did
it
you
May
ever talk to
2nd or
the
March
city
2nd?
manager? Did you ever talk to the city manager about your concerns with response times?
Yes, he was provided verbal and written documentation on concerns.
Okay, the written documentation, was that by you?
Yes, it was, sir.
All right, do you still have that documentation?
I do not have access to it. I made memos to him.
Well, were these memos or handwritten memos or
No,
email?
they were computer written memos that
And
I
you don't
provided.
You don't have copies of those?
No, I don't have copies of all of them. And he was provided all of that. Most of the memos would show table 1, table 2, and then the narrative would explain whatever table 1 or table 2 was showing, and it would show the non-compliance.
Now, you talked about Miss Thibodeau trying to get reclassed before you got there, correct?
Yes,
Did
Robert
you ever
Havens
get
and
reclassified?
Paul Washburn worked on that.
All right, did she ever get reclassified?
Negative, because she never completed all of the process and never answered all the questions. Many of the things that she was talking about were questions that I had. I also asked at one of the meetings we did have, I asked somebody from HR, actually, I think it was Ms. Williams that came over during the reclassification meeting. We did have it at the fire station in the conference room, where for Ms. Thibodeau to explain all that. But I also did ask Ms. Williams to provide other classifications that the city had, so that I could review to see if any of them did make any sense. I never received anything.
Okay, so she never received her reclassification is my question, correct?
Correct.
All right, when Mr. Dolcifino called you to talk to you about anything, did you ever tell the city manager that you were talking to Mr. Dolcifino?
Yes, I did.
Did he ever talk to you about the chain of command and who was allowed to speak for the city?
Yes, he
Is that the time that
spoke
you said
very
that?
prejudicially. He explained to me that I was only to speak about operational issues, that he was responsible for policy issues, and therefore I should not speak about any kind of policy issue, only operational issues.
And that was the time where you said he was unprofessional or speaking to you, or you used some word I don't remember. Prejudicial. Was that the
Yes.
time he was talking to you about the
That was
chain
it.
of command?
That was not the time we talked about the chain of command. That was a different time.
But was that the same issue?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Since you've left, have you talked to anyone with the city about these issues?
Oh, which issues?
All of your issues related to the city.
Well, I would ask Mr. Watts about how that kind of an answer.
Well, I'm
Okay.
trying, the answer is real simple. Have you talked to anybody, any council members, any city manager, or anybody since you left May 28, 2024 about your issues that you brought up here today?
Yeah. Mr. Watts, what kind of a response should that get?
Well, you can't talk about, you can, but you shouldn't talk about conversations with Brandon or with me or with people in our office or with people that are working on working on our behalf with you. So I presume that you've he wants to know if you've talked with Mr. Dolcifino, and you've talked to Mr. Dolcifino, or you haven't talked to him, but you were present when I talked to him on Zoom.
Larry, Larry, let me, just because we're trying to get our committee out, my question was very simple. Have you talked to anyone at the city manager, any city council member?
Okay. Well, I didn't know.
May 28, 2024.
Just don't yell at me. Just don't yell at me.
I'm not trying to yell. I'm just in a room by myself.
Well,
have
you talked to anybody at the city? I don't know of anybody that you've talked to at the city, so.
Well, I think he can answer the question.
I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to ask, leave a place for that us to come back on that. I'm going to instruct him not to answer that at the moment. I want to know what you're getting at, and I don't know that it's relevant. I think the only reason that you would want to know is not for the panel's business, but for your business or for the city manager's business to maybe do what he's afraid you'll do, and that's retaliate.
Larry, we took 3.5 hours of talking about issues.
I understand. Let's talk about talk about the case. Talk about the case.
No, because I'm trying to get the committee going.
Talk
what I'm
about the
asking
case.
is, have you talked to anyone with the city manager, any city council members that would have been a representative of the city about the issues that you're sitting here today talking
Well,
about?
I can answer that. We've talked with no representative of the city.
Is that correct, Mr. Benson? Since May 28, 2024.
Now that when you say representative of the city, he can talk to any public official. He can talk to anybody as long as they're not in session, as long as they're not the city manager, as long as they're not Larry. No, Alex.
And that's fine. That's fine. I'm asking, has he talked to any person that is a representative of the city? I don't care if they're in session. I don't care if they're in a meeting. I'm asking, has he talked to anyone with the city? It's a simple question. I'm going to take by your silence, Mr. Benson, that you have, and that you're not willing to provide that information of those people. Is that correct?
We'll provide any information to you. And look, why don't you move on and let me think about this? And
no, Larry, I wanted to answer the question if he can answer the question.
Well, you're out of time. So if you want to get something else, move to something else.
I'm going to assume by your silence that you don't want to tell us who it is, even though you've talked to someone. Is that correct?
Well, first of all, let me tell you something. The days of some of your more benign city managers and leaders are.
Alex, do you
Go on.
have any more questions for Mr. Benson?
No, ma'am. I'll reserve all others.
Okay, so can I please
I'll-
get closing arguments from both sides?
I'm waiving mine. They've
Okay,
heard enough.
yes, sir. So,
We'll do the
Mr.
same.
Okay. So at this time, it is 5:12. We'll conclude this hearing. The panel and Shanitra will get together tomorrow to reconvene to come up with a recommendation. I appreciate each of you.
I would like, and I appreciate each of you too. And if I've aggravated you, Ms. Young, I apologize. Or any of you, I apologize for aggravating. When will I get a copy of this?
When you provide a open records request through our city secretary's office.
Well, but this is on a personnel matter, and it shouldn't be an open records. I'm not the public. I am a participant.
Well, how have you done it in the past, Mr. Watts?
Well, that's not relevant. I am a participant.
That's how he's done it in the past.
Okay.
So you won't give it to me until I wait 10 days for the response to a open records request.
I can go back and look to see how we've given it to you in the past, but as of right now, yes, you'll have to do an open records request. If we've given it to you in the past, just by giving it to you, then that's something different, but I'm gonna do it the proper
Well, you
way.
gave it to me in the past, well, I gave you $7, I think, or $7.95.
Well, you may have to give me $7.95 more.
I
for
don't
this.
mind doing that. I'll do that
Okay.
right now.
Okay, well, as I said, this hearing is concluded as of 5:14. You guys have a great evening.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Yep. Take care. Stay safe.